7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt standing by on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And many have already gathered in the YouTube chat, Doug. I mean, we didn't even start the show, and 46 are sitting there.
Really?
Yeah, Jake
Waiting
Reynolds.
for what?
I don't know. He says, morning, boys. I only have a couple weeks left. Oh, wow. This is breaking news. Is something happening?
What do you mean?
I only have a couple weeks left.
On the planet?
I don't know. I only have a couple weeks left. I get to work from home once a week, which means I won't get to chat in the YouTube chat, so I've enjoyed it. All of you. That veiled prophet is a great guy.
That sentence didn't go with the rest of the paragraph.
I think he's somebody who's probably has to go into
Switching jobs?
or going into the office, yeah, of some sort.
Oh, that could be.
You know, Doug, COVID just happened, so a lot of people are working at home.
Right. It's been, what, 4 years?
It'll be five years. You consider March 12th the day?
Matt Carpenter said, we're about to play the most meaningless spring training game ever.
Which is saying something.
MLB was a little slow to the trigger there.
Ladies and gentlemen, participate in the program. Jackson, the numbers are not up on monitor 2.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Doug. You're not going to be happy about this. You wanted this week to be a good week.
Watch what happens. I'm going to try to switch it over, and that television with the YouTube channel is going to get messed up. Someone comes in here and fiddles with stuff, and I don't know who fiddles.
The
weekend fiddling, and it's
weekend
real,
fiddling.
It's a real.
Wants to be known as the weekend fiddling.
Somebody will.
Burn my saddle. So I'm going to try, but just know that everything's going to get messed
I'd hate to lose the YouTube chat.
I can get it back. It's just I don't know what's going on.
I had hoped this week would be different.
Yeah, you felt like it was going to be, and now we're 5 minutes in, and it's 2 minutes in for that matter. Is Libby Jack salivating on the dais for when he can do his WNBA Sports Center updates, and they are just loaded for bear already.
I'm busy doing stuff.
I feel like Mizzou's probably the lead today, right?
Send your nonsense elsewhere.
Missouri, Ole Miss,
Send your nonsense elsewhere.
Doug, the Super Bowl is set, and the Missouri Chiefs are going back, Jack.
Isn't it the St. Louis Chiefs at this point? I mean, we're a bigger market than Kansas City. If we're all Chiefs fans, they should change it to St. Louis Chiefs.
It's going to be a tough couple of weeks if you're not a big fan of St. Louis being big old fans of the Chiefs. People that have maybe just globbed on, even in recent years, which is fine.
Globbed or glommed?
It's glommed.
Some of these people are globbers. Yeah. You seen them? It's going to be a little much the next couple. Travis Kelce is dating Taylor Swift. KSDK had a tweet this morning. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift celebrate together. I'm like, oh, that's right. They're at least the networks have let that go.
Piddles and fiddles. That's from the 618. Doug, do you like that? Piddles and fiddles.
Funny.
Jackson's not in the mood for it.
He simply doesn't have time for it.
Now, Jackson was telling me he got paid yesterday.
Yeah.
You can stop screwing around with the thing. You're a sweet prince. Everybody appreciates the effort. Doug will put his finger in your chest after the show. We'll just move on, and you can put the YouTube back up. Piddles and fiddles. But tell us how much money you made.
Oh, I can't talk
It's a
about
blind trust, right?
How much money?
I can't talk about dollar figures, but I did hit every bet I placed yesterday.
Wow!
So you won a couple hundred?
I thought we had differing picks on pick 6. You just say things on pick 6 and then go against yourself when it comes time to wager with your high school bookie?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned that last part is while legalized gambling has gone through, we still need to get it rolling. So sometimes the plays you want to make aren't there for whatever reason or just look really odd or give terrible odds. So you're kind of forced. Your hand is kind of forced in some places. And I got lucky. My hand was forced in the right place.
How much you win, guy?
Enough to be okay.
A couple $100.
Have to be okay.
A couple $1,000.
Yes, I won.
Out with it.
I'm not going to give away how much.
Why not?
Because it'll either sound really low to some people or it'll sound like bragging to some other
More or
folks.
less, $400.
Under all day.
Less than $400.
Okay.
That's fine.
I did okay.
Okay.
I hit
What
the
were your
plays.
plays, sweet prince?
On the Eagles-Manders game, I liked the Eagles and the points. I liked the over.
Eagles were giving points for the record, Doug, 6.
Yeah, apologies. Over. and I liked Saquon Barkley. What I wanted was that over of 125.5, which wouldn't have hit. But again, high school bookie, weak book. I could only get like a 118 or more yards kind of play, and he finished with 118 yards.
And the Eagles barely covered, so you walked away lucky, huh?
Yeah, felt very lucky.
Won by 32.
Yeah.
Credit to Tim, who was all over that. I thought these plucky little Commanders had a little more to their game.
I did too.
They were shown the door.
I picked with my heart instead of my head. I really wanted the Commanders to win.
There's no reason.
I wanted the Commanders, and I would have been happy with the Chiefs or Bills because I like when there's a dynasty. I enjoy that, at least in salary cap sports. And in this particular case, seeing the Eagles and Chiefs doesn't really excite me. But whatever, I'll be when the final shot's fired, and we're sitting in Jupiter, Florida, gathered at our own little Super Bowl party. Mm-hmm. I recommend wings from the Brass Ring, for the record, for those of you who go down to Jupetown. Then and Doug, I'll be sitting there in a robe because we'll be just going getting a steam.
In a robe?
Because we'll just be getting our steam.
Where is the steam?
Just the two of you are going to be
yeah, just
at the Brass Ring?
This is a week later. We're going to stay an extra week after you guys go back.
And we're going to be we'll be locked in. But I would have preferred, I suppose, from an entertainment standpoint, I would have preferred something different than the Chiefs and Eagles, even though they gave us a great Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Well, I think the Eagles have proven that they're the best team in the NFC for sure. Although Detroit,
and you were on the Commanders.
And yet I still, I didn't.
This is an example of the prisoner of the moment gambler fallacy that I just want to point out to those of you who lost on the Commanders yesterday.
I undersold the Eagles, and I thought Hurts was injured because I saw a report Wednesday or Thursday. They weren't even sure he was going to play. He wasn't practicing. He looked like he was 100%. No problem there. And the Commanders, do they have any defense at all?
There's no reason to go through the picks. I mean, we just move on.
Jackson, do you have the picks that you're...
Tim, we're on to next week.
You're really not very important.
We're on to next week already. Hey, Coach, you guys just gave up 5. We're on to Jacksonville.
You should look forward.
But that's next week's game.
Yeah.
Tim was on the Eagles and the over. Bing bong.
Barely covered.
Bing bong. You
Bing
like
bong.
that?
No.
78. What was the over under? Because it was
46.5.
We had 47.5 for our game.
Jackson's moving numbers around in this game, Doug.
Either way, it went way over. Chiefs and over, that both those hit. Saquon over 125, again, aforementioned 118
Stop
for
saying
Saquon.
aforementioned.
That was the first time I've said it. And then Travis Kelce touchdown, he failed to get a touchdown.
Ironic that it's the first time you said aforementioned. Because if you had said, I previously said it, that'd be kind of like a mirror looking at a mirror.
Aforementioned.
Yeah.
It's my title of the segment, Chairman. Martin was on the Commanders in the over, 1 for 2 there. Chiefs and under, 1 for 2 there. Josh Allen over passing yards. I have to compute that. And then
That needs to be computed? Isn't there just like a box score?
I have to check the box score.
He had 237 yardage.
I'll have to go back to my numbers here.
Okay, so that didn't help. I gave you the yards. That did not help.
Well, I need to know what the number was originally. Travis Kelce touchdown failed. Eagles. I was on the Eagles in the under, 1 for 2. Bills in the over, 1 for 2 there. Kareem Hunt over 33.5, way over. He hit 64.5, and then a scary Terry McLaurin touchdown, which he did get. Doug was on the Commanders and under, 0 for 2 there.
Yeah, bad.
Chiefs and over, 2 for 2 there. Josh Allen touchdown. I don't believe he got into the end zone with his legs.
Is this information available anywhere, or should we just go home after the
not.
program?
And
He did
no one
not
keeps
have a
stats.
rushing touchdown.
And then Saquon Barkley over those 125 rushing yards, which he didn't. So Doug's bringing up the rear.
Yeah. I was, 2 and 4?
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't be any sorrier.
Yeah, it's nice that you issue an apology.
I got to say, I would watch Bills Chiefs play 10 times a year.
I
I
agree
really
with
would.
I agree.
Just rip up. Like the Battlehawks will just play some teams a few extra times. They'll play them at home a few extra. I think they need to just rip it up in the NFL and say, you know what? We'll get the Chiefs and the Bills, Doug. We'll play. How about if they go here and then we go there?
Is this Spags?
Yeah, and then later in the year, we'll do it again.
God, they cut to him a lot
God,
during
did
those
they ever?
games.
I had to see him 100 times.
I got to say, pretty ballsy.
Yeah, great.
The quarter
blitz,
blitz?
yeah, on the 4th and 5. I mean, and I like that. Why sit back and just give a guy like Allen time, you know?
And he ran right into it, too.
Try and rattle him. How about the guy dropping the ball? Was it Dawson Knox?
Dalton Kincaid.
Okay, Knox was talking about it. But one of the commentators this morning said, well, the ball was underthrown. I said, oh, my God, he just about got decapitated.
Yeah. The fact that he even got the ball off to a target was a miracle.
Technically, it was a little underthrown, but I think considering these circumstances.
He should have caught it.
Yeah, hit him in the hands.
God.
It's a tough catch to make, but I agree, Doug.
But if you're going to win championships, you make big plays.
Nice.
Yeah. They forced a turnover on the Chiefs, which never happens. It was the first time in 5 games that they've had a turnover.
Yeah, the Chiefs actually, I don't think, and I'd be curious, I kind of got the sense from this, watching Mahomes both on the field and his post-game press conference, I don't think they played that great of a game relative to what they're capable of. In order for the opposition to win at Arrowhead, and certainly it's been the Bills multiple times at this point, but the Chiefs either have to hurt themselves or the opposition has to play a damn near flawless game, and the Chiefs were driving to make it 14-3 in the first quarter. And Mahomes, I don't know what happened on that. Mahomes or Pacheco screwed that up, but either way, Ed Oliver fell on it, and the Chiefs were, at the very least, likely to get 3, if not 7, and that certainly increases the point total on the game script. The game still went well over, but the Chiefs were moving down the football field with really very little resistance until a self-inflicted wound.
Did you think the late field goal was going to burn them? Finally, they're leaving the door open for Allen. I know that's a big ask for Buffalo to drive and score a touchdown, but when they only got the field goal... I expected Buffalo
to score.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know if it was going to be 3 or 7, but I expected Buffalo to score. I thought that Sean McDermott not getting the ball in the hands of James Cook on that final drive was really surprising.
He wasn't out there a lot, too, at certain times.
They handed the ball to Ty Johnson, who, it was kind of the Steve Sarkisian call against Ohio State. A little surprising to open up the drive. Now, Allen was able to scramble for the first down after that. But then Cook was back out there for the next series that wound up leading to the incompletion to Kincaid. And for the life of me, with the time you have and 3 timeouts, what had really changed that game in the second half was them getting the ball to Cook. And Cook, for the game, averaged 6.5 yards per carry. And so I was really surprised that they got away from James Cook. He was killing it for the Bills.
Let him tote the pig.
There you go.
And his touchdown run that he had was sort of Jeremiah Love-esque, just kind of lunging, getting in. I thought,
that was a hell of a second effort in the air.
Yeah, his knee never came down. That's what you're waiting for. He just was adjusting his body while in the air, doing a plank. And I thought, the Bills will have that to add to their lore. Instead, Doug, they've got a lot of misery, a lot of heartache.
And they can blame the referees, as with every Chiefs game. There's one call where people say, well, the Chiefs get all the calls. That 4th down, maybe he got it, maybe he didn't, depending on your point of view.
Bills were leading by a point at the Kansas City 41, early 4th quarter. And they let Josh Allen keep it. I don't know if he got it or not, but I also was surprised. Don't they measure? Is that part of the whole NFL deal? Maybe has that been a change?
I would think
in
they
policy?
could do it with a laser at this point in time rather than chains. They could laser 10 yards and have it exactly right. I don't know why they don't do that.
It does seem very inexact, the way they just sort of determined. Yeah, did he get there? And Romo and Nance thought he did, or Gene Sarator, they all thought he did.
So did Dan Orlovsky, and I respectfully consider him to be the take Bible. And he says, let's an awful call and again a worse review. The ball is clearly past the line. Absolutely horrible. Doug, that's the take Bible, Dan Orlovsky.
Okay. Well, he nailed it with that one.
Rich Gould's buddy,
Nick Sirianni.
He told Orlovsky to piss up a rope, and things sort of turned around right then and there. Is there an early line out, Jackson? That information is probably not available yet.
I don't think it would be.
Chiefs by a couple, 1.5.
The number I saw on Scott Van Pelt Sports Center this morning was Chiefs minus 1.5 and 49.5. The total. But at this point, things can be moving left and right.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Chiefs.
Chiefs minus 1.5?
Yep. Also, Josh Allen did not go over 200. He did not go over on his passing yard total. He was just shy. So, sorry.
Is that a new report?
That new report? You said 227 or 237?
He finished with 237.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. He did go over.
Come on.
My God.
Do they even have a math department at Horton Watkins?
I didn't pay attention. 3-3. Mark went 3-3.
This just in.
Nice.
By the end of the week, we'll have like new stats. Doug actually had 42 tackles in that game.
This is what happened to me in fantasy football. I got stat corrected, and that's
right.
where I have a championship.
Doug, we're revisiting that
Okay.
7 weeks ago.
Well, it's all right there, almost right after the game. It seemed like one of us would have had time to check on the stats.
It's available.
What do we got? We got Jackson's
Could've been
dad on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Jackson's dad. You're on the Callier and Thompson phone
Mr.
lines,
Chief.
101 ESPN.
Good morning, boys.
Hello.
How are you today?
We're
Morning,
fine.
Jackson's dad.
Fine.
Hey, yeah. So on the river, you guys know I work on the river from last week, but we were talking about the games, and everybody's going, "Oh, the Commanders. Oh, the Commanders." And I said, "Look, I don't care. Tell you what, here's what they're going to do. All the captains are going to go out for the coin toss, and the Eagles are going to go to the Commanders. Hey, we're going to run the football." Just so you guys know, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, "No, the Commanders are going." I said, "It's going to be Eagles and it's going to be Chiefs. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be a rematch because no one can stop Saquon. No one can stop the Eagles' run game."
Any barge betting? Do you guys wager while on the barge?
Oh, I bet. I got a buddy of mine that's huge on FanDuel, and he. I even asked him how many times he needs a meeting because he's such a bettor. And I swear to God, it's going to be Commanders and it's going to be the Bills. And so this morning I kept texting him, "Oh, by the way, who said this? By the way, who said this is going to happen?" It was so funny because, it's a no-brainer. The Chiefs game, I wasn't sure. It could have been either one. But I had no doubt the Eagles are going to run the football down the Commanders' field.
You're telling us I told you
Indeed.
so.
What happened? 7 running touchdowns.
Are you done for the day, or are you just getting going?
I just got off. So I got to get Jackson on the bus here in a little bit to go to school, and then I'm going to lay down.
Oh, lay down. Okay.
Have you ever fallen off the barge?
No, I have not. Funny you should say that. Just last night, somebody fell off of a boat.
Oh, did it?
Good times.
Well, like where?
Like on the Mississippi?
The old man.
Yeah,
Ole Miss.
yeah.
Oh, no.
A line boat was at the dock, but the good thing was they were at the dock. They were already tied up, and they were at the dock, and I heard, "Man overboard," and it was a line boat, and I was on the boat, like, real close, and 30 seconds later, they're like, "We got him out."
Oh, that's good.
So, yeah, no, it's a scary thing that could happen, but that's the first time I've heard it in a year and a half that anyone actually fell in.
Oh.
But
Kinda cold.
yeah, they got him out right away.
Yeah.
Have you gotten any feedback from your call the other day? Have people identified you and texted, "Hey, I heard you on the radio"?
No.
Oh, no.
All right, Jackson's dad, good to hear from you, and good to hear that you are on these games as always. We'll look forward to your Super Bowl prediction.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That's
All right,
Jackson's
fella.
dad, Callier and Thompson.
Is he a
phone
sharp,
lines.
Tim? Is that
He
what he
sounds
is?
like he's a sharp. 314-974-0101. Doug, we are in a week that could be historical. You saw some of the news trucks out in the parking lot, and that is because the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom leads the January Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month standings with 4 wins. Buck Swope has 3. These standings say nobody else has anything more than 1. Is that 100% accurate?
Oh, boy.
It's what do I have
Close
it as?
enough, apparently.
Doug's going to call.
Well, now I'm trying to
Are you under oath?
Well, now I'm trying to figure out going back in my memory. It's been a long month. No, it's if the standings say, then the standings say.
I'm about to get a text from Buck Swope.
Oh, God.
You are a wobbly eyewitness. Sir, what did you see that night? Well, I don't know. Why? Why are you asking? Well, you're on the stand. Well, I know I'm on the stand, but what are you asking? Well, you're here as an eyewitness to this.
Sometimes the stand gets hot, Martin.
Either way, I know this. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is 2 wins away from clinching at the very least a tie in the Email of the Month standings presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling Email today, and 3 wins away from winning the whole damn thing. Doug, you're talking about history, and that's what could happen this week. We have never had a lady win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month, and that's fascinating in particular to Doug because this show has always had such a high female representation.
And it isn't a lady at all. That's even more fascinating.
Huh?
It's not a lady, fellas. I don't know how many times you need to be duped. It's not a lady.
I mean, her name's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She has a monogramming business.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
But when you have a TMA get-together, it's just all women, right?
That's correct.
You show up
That's
at a Hot
correct.
Shots on a Thursday in December, and it's just wall-to-wall women. There are no men listening.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Looks like a sorority chapter meeting. So Doug is in the wrong here, and he'll apologize, just like Jackson will for the Josh Allen statistics. Martin, tell us about design.
We're still trying to decipher how many yards Josh Allen actually had. Hey, you want something that is for sure. No offense, Jackson, but we want something that is for sure. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been doing this since 1904, so it's furnace season. And if it's not working properly, call the folks. Go online, book an appointment with Design Air. It's simple. DesignAirService.com. Fourth generation St. Louis business. And when it's the furnace, it's not something you can just throw on Doug's hammer belt and just hope to get it right. Get the pros over there fixing your furnace all year long. It's about being comfortable in your home, and that's what Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing since 1904. Fourth generation St. Louis business, longest running TMA supporter. They sponsor the email of the day. So if you have furnace needs this time of year, we understand that's stressful. Take the stress out of it by going to a company you can depend on. Online, it's DesignAirService.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor. The email today. Send yours in to compete with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Buck Swope. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Get involved in the YouTube chat. There are already 157 friends gathered at YouTube.com/TMASTL Airlines. Team sponsor of the studio cameras here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
routines.
Doug, I'd like to send this one out to Erin in St. Chuck. As you know, she has her nipples pierced,
I don't know
and
that.
she is really upset in the YouTube chat.
Why?
She says she's a huge football fan, but she doesn't even watch this Super Bowl.
How come?
Well, that was an abrupt.
Nice edit there.
They just stopped working. I think
You're punching buttons with boxing gloves on this morning?
you guys please continue.
She's a big Bills fan, and she doesn't want to see the Eagles and Chiefs.
Okay.
It's a tough thing, man. If you're a Bills fan, it's one thing if your team's just terrible, you can kind of check out. But when they're really good, you can't help but get sucked back in every year. Well, it's our turn. I thought it was due time. I thought they were due maybe to win one of those games.
They have had some heartbreak over the years. Maybe more than any other franchise in any other sport.
Let's rank
St.
them.
Louis Rams.
I'm sorry?
Watch 10 years of terrible football and then your team moves. I take
That's tough.
losing in the AFC Championship every year, all the time over that.
Right. A true tortured fan is one whose team leaves.
Yeah, world's smallest violin. You lose, you get to play on Sundays. I think it's a W in
I
itself.
think the violin's a little bigger for the Bills. That's a tough.
I do. Whenever the time comes and they win a championship, I guess it's a whenever, I will be thrilled for their fan base. Truly thrilled for their fan base. But my goodness, has it been brutal. Especially, I was listening to John Gruden was doing a post-game show on Barstool, and there was a guy calling in, and he said, I just can't take it anymore. He was 9 years old when Norwood missed wide right. And he goes, I need him to win. I need him to win. I don't think I can take it anymore. And he was thinking about moving on because he can't handle it.
They've got two teams, the Bills and the Sabres, and neither have ever won a championship.
And then whole skate was in the crease, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're still
definitely.
talking about
Absolutely, they are.
I think in the past we would call other markets and we would listen in. I feel like we should be listening in to Buffalo radio right now because it's got to be therapy going out over the air. Even Josh Allen, what do you got, $100 million in the bank? You're on a yacht in March or April. Aren't you just still sitting there thinking, God, dang it.
Jackson, and he's engaged to Haley Steinfeld, am I correct?
That's right.
Who is she?
She's an actress.
Singer?
I don't know how much singing she does. I'm not positive. You might remember her from
Chairman Kurtz just nodding with a disappointed
sings?
look like, how does
Okay.
this guy not
Well,
know this?
I
And he
know-
owns goodorbad.com, which I've invested in, and I haven't seen any form of monetization strategy.
Hilton Head, South Carolina. There I was in December of 2009-ish.
Is that right?
And I saw a film called True Grit with the great
John Wayne.
No, it was a remake, and she was in it, and she was quite
You
outstanding.
said with the great, and then you just blew past it, I noticed.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff
Great-
Bridges,
with the
Doug.
great Jeff Bridges, and she was outstanding in it, and she has since gone on to. She's in a lot of movies. She's
Was
really
she a
good.
kid then?
Yeah, she was quite young at that time.
'Cause that was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
But if you're the Commanders, if you're a fan, right, you lose. This was house money. You got
100%.
You
You're
got
right.
a rookie quarterback, and if you're a Washington fan, you're like, man, the future is bright. Jaden Daniels, so glad we got him. Quinn's doing a great job. Love the fake punt. That he showed some guts with that. We'll be fine.
And it was pretty clear you weren't going to win the game at halftime.
You're right.
It
Nothing
could happen, but it was
heartbreaking.
pretty clear. Then you present the Buffalo scenario, Martin.
Now you're a Bills fan. Your quarterback's been doing this for a number of years. This isn't his first go-round. The coach has been there. You've been winning games. I think it's 72 wins in the last 6 years, and there's just one team you just can't get past. Kind of like Michael. Remember they couldn't get past the bad boys, the Pistons, for a while? But I think Buffalo fans are just thinking, I don't know. Maybe it's not going to happen. Washington fans are saying, we got a great future. We're totally stoked for Jaden Daniels and what's next. Buffalo fans are just saying, I don't know. Maybe it's not going to happen. Because they had them at home last year. You forget the Chiefs went through Buffalo in the divisional round. So they had their chance to beat them at home. Because that's the only thing. We had Jeremy Macklin on Sports Final last night.
Yeah, what do you have to say about it?
Well, he's a big Andy Reid guy, big red. And I said, didn't they always just kill him in Philly because he couldn't win? He goes, yep, couldn't win the big game. But he had McDermott there, too, who was on the defensive staff. But he was saying maybe the only thing you can do if you're Buffalo is get that game at home. And they thought, well, wait a minute, actually, it didn't matter. It didn't matter last year. I think it's just everyone that played, guys like him that played at a high level, even they kind of marvel at, like, Mahomes just manages to get it done in the big moments. And
Take a listen to this. Do you have the audio I sent you over the weekend, Jackson?
Bless it.
Oh, he sent it on the weekend. Monday.
You're so emotional.
I was
You
so
and
in
Aaron
hopes.
St. Chuck now are going to have to.
So in hopes we get that audio.
It was former KSDK sports anchor, then with ESPN, and now he has his own podcast.
Trey Wingo?
Trey Wingo, that's exactly right. When he was giving this statistic, and it was a Saturday, and I don't like to bother Chairman Kurt or Jackson over the weekend, but Jackson has an understanding. I'm just going to see clips and send them to him for the purpose of putting this, so I'm not invading his time. At least I like to think I'm not. That's what I tell myself, Doug. I don't know. Maybe I am invading his time.
No, not at all. I just messed up and forgot to cut it this morning.
That's fine. You're still a sweet prince. But the numbers he was giving out, and this was before Mahomes did what he did in the second half, drill home just how clutch the guy is. And I don't think there was anybody watching that game thinking that the Chiefs were going to be stuck on, 22-21, that they weren't going to score again. It was just a matter of who was going to wind up, theoretically, with the ball last and scoring. And sure enough, the Bills did have at least the opportunity before the Chiefs knelt on it after the Samaje Perine pass. Who would have had that on the bingo card and wrapped things up. But that's what he does. When he needs to do it, he's able to do it, and it doesn't surprise you anymore. You expect it.
17-3 in the postseason.
17-3. Who is the only
insane.
quarterback with at least 10 postseason starts with a better winning percentage than Patrick Mahomes?
Brady?
No. Surprisingly so. It's a good guess.
So they have to have 10.
That's right. I saw this on SVP this morning. We're going back a ways.
I
gonna
like
give you a
Bart
hint.
Starr.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Nicely done.
All right.
Do you have an impression of anybody talking about Bart Starr?
Bart Starr was as cool as the underside of your pillow.
Nice. That was Stuart Scott.
No, it's John Facenda.
I was saying Facenda,
Stuart
NFL
Scott
Films.
stole it from John Facenda. Well, he did. I heard it on NFL
Tim
Films
just knocked Casey
50
off
years
the
ago.
air. He just wailed out loud and knocked him off the air.
I feel like Jackson's efforting the Trey Wingo stat. Is that what's going on?
I can pull
Was it
up.
audio, Trey?
It is
Trey
audio.
would come on the show. He's got a number of different
Yeah, what's he got going on?
He's always golfing in Hawaii.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
God bless him. He's got it all figured out.
Oh,
then.
he does. No,
Is that right?
He's got a great gig.
I'm telling you, man.
His dad was also like the publisher of People magazine or something like that.
I
His
believe
dad,
that is correct.
Yeah,
Hal,
that way up there.
Hal Wingo the second was his dad. He was Hal Wingo the third, which made him Trey. And every time Rick Smith at Rams Park, hey, Hal, what's going on? He always called him Hal just to let him know. Like Skip Irwin to him was, hey, Braverman, because his last name was Irwin, first name, and then Braverman.
And he called poor Bob West, who had a kind of a strange hairdo, hey, helmet head.
Arbor Day, who is the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year in both 2023 and 2024. Just a real star. Says, fun fact, Haley Steinfeld's uncle is bodied by Jake. Doug, how fun is that?
Oh, really?
Jake Steinfeld.
Well, the more I think about Josh Allen on this yacht in the Caribbean with his movie star fiance, maybe he can get over this loss a little quicker than most Bills fans.
What I'm saying is he's got it all, everything you'd want in this world, but I'll bet you it just still haunts him just a little bit all the time.
Yeah.
Jackson, are you got here's the statistic from friend of the show, Trey Wingo.
I've been a Josh Allen advocate
He
at the
should be.
beginning
He's
of the year.
amazing. He's wonderful. He's a
He's
fantastic
unbelievable.
quarterback. The
Yeah.
problem is, I want to read a stat. Do you guys mind if I read you something?
Oh, go ahead.
Since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL's postseason where it was at least the fourth quarter, and there was under a minute to play, and the team on offense trailed by 7 points or fewer at the start.
Put the
These are your
music down.
standard clutch moments for a football team, the do-or-die drives that win and lose critical games. Out of those 125 drives, only 40% of the time did the team on offense pull off the magic trick to get the points they need. In other words, a touchdown or a field goal to either win the game or tie the game, send it to overtime. Some of these quarterbacks are really good at it, such as Tom Brady, who was 5 for 11 in those situations in the postseason, 46%. Or Drew Brees, who was 3 for 6 in his playoff career, 50%. Only one player is perfect. And that's Patrick Mahomes, who is 7 for 7 in those situations.
That's ridiculous.
So if you're asking me to pick against Patrick Mahomes, I would say to you, what on earth are you smoking?
I've been a
There it is. How about that?
Kind of sounds like they've got a little band right there in the studio. A little orchestra.
Did you
guy
add
with
the
a
music,
cello.
Jackson?
Yeah, I added the music. You're asking if I added the music.
He was making up for not pulling the audio, and he goes, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put together a little symphony."
It's a TikTok thing. It can get quite annoying. Like they'll play like some Goodfellas clip and it has that exact music under it. It's like, God bless it. Just give me the clip.
It was a little loud.
I
Doug, you
know
would
it.
appreciate
Trust me,
this.
I know it.
Trey Wingo was in St. Louis in October, November, somewhere around, and I had him on the radio. And he said they were in for a wedding. Somebody they knew, their kid got married from their time in St. Louis. And he said, I'm at a restaurant in Webster. And somebody goes, hey, Trey, man, love you on Channel 5. And he said, I've been gone for like 25 years.
Like, Doug about that.
People have no concept.
Yeah, I think he left like in the mid '90s. Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, way back when. Yeah.
Hey, great job, Trey. What do you got cooking tonight? Yeah, the Mahomes stats are off the charts. I mean, I guess Brady is what he's chasing now in terms of just championships. And it'll be interesting. You got Brady. That's the sit down, Doug. If I'm producing the Super Bowl pregame show, I got to have Brady.
Oh, Brady talking to Mahomes?
I got to have Brady interviewing Mahomes. Unless Brady quits between now and the Super Bowl.
Josh Allen, 28 years old, still has not been able to get past Mahomes in the postseason. Patrick Mahomes, now 29 years old, and back to the Super Bowl he goes. He has experienced 3 Super Bowl championships and is trying to become the first one to ever win 3 in a row. Currently a 1.5 favorite over the Eagles. Josh Allen, on the other hand, hasn't been able to get there, and you didn't even have to hear him talk in the post game. It was truly written all over his face, and just with the breath, you could hear his exasperation. Here's Josh Allen.
Josh, come up short again. What are your emotions right now?
It's not fun. But to beat the champs, you gotta to beat the champs, you gotta beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight. Yeah, you can either get it done or you can't, and we didn't get it done.
Where was the music behind that?
Might have helped. Maybe really sappy. Okay. You're a 28-year-old man making millions of dollars. You could be the savior for the Buffalo Bills, yet heartache just keeps jumping up in front of you.
Your thoughts?
28 years old. Remember the draft pick was 7th overall? That's amazing about the NFL. If you look at all these teams that just can't win, there's always a year where you could have taken this guy. You could have taken the Bears could have taken Mahomes. A lot of teams could have taken
They like Mitch
Mahomes.
Trubisky better.
Trubisky.
How about the fact that the Colonel, big Chiefs fan, he's going to be with us today, was totally against the Chiefs picking Mahomes. He acknowledged that on Friday's
I heard that,
program.
yeah.
How about that? That's
We were in a
very
break from
unsports talk radio.
onboarding, and I heard that.
And you heard it in the midst of
Yes.
onboarding. Has Movie Boy's boner for Timothy Chalamet gone down yet since Saturday night, or is it still raging? I guarantee you when this text is read, he'll start going on and on about how cool he is, how amazing it was that he did his own rendition of the songs, and how he's such a down-to-earth, self-aware actor, blah, blah, blah. We don't care, Jackson. We don't care. How can you forget starving? That's from Mr. Licks talking about Timothy Chalamet on Saturday Night
You
Live.
keep saying we don't care. You sent in a paragraph text about it. So clearly you care. And I'm not going to broach the topic.
How much do you care?
How much I care a lot, but it's not. But I don't bring it out everywhere I go. If it comes up, I talk about it.
I didn't
Deal
see
with
the
it.
sode. Was it a
Neither
wonderful
did I.
sode?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, were you out at Wheelhouse bottle service season?
No, it was me and my girlfriend's anniversary, so we were together.
Oh,
year.
buried the lead.
One
Yeah,
year.
we did bury the lead.
Which anniversary is it?
1 year.
1 year together.
Yep.
How'd
1
you
year
meet,
together.
fella?
How?
I'm sorry, yes. How?
Online?
Yeah, on
The
Bumble.
old-fashioned way.
That's right. Yep.
Oh, good for you.
That's how it's
Meet
done
cute.
now.
Where'd you go on dinner?
We went to Tucker's in Soulard.
Okay.
There's a look around. No, it's a
fine.
good spot. It's a
guess.
great spot.
That is a good spot.
You got
It's
the fries?
underrated.
Baked potato.
No,
Sounds like you had a strip steak.
No, I got a ribeye. Look
That's
at
a
me.
wildly.
Look at this.
That's a very
Guess it
successful
was a pre-coitus meal.
local chain that you don't hear a lot about, but they're in Soulard. They're
Yeah,
out west.
I'm a fan.
They're in
South
South
County?
County. That's
Yeah.
a good spot.
That's a cool
Did you go
spot.
Dutch? You make her pay her shit? No.
You just pull out the gift card. It's a little embarrassing because we used some of it before we gave it away. So it's not clear.
It's got $58.22
on there.
Just run out the balance.
Doug, Tucker's in West County. He's kind of by Collier and Thompson, isn't it?
Yeah. In fact, if Tucker's wanted to remodel, I'm sure they would call
There you
Collier
go.
and Thompson.
There
That's
you go.
what they do. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. You know, it's kind of hard to trust people to be in your home for a while, and will they back up their work? Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do in a big way. During the process, they are always available to you. If you have any questions or want to make some changes, the Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They really take pride in all of their work. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. May cost them a little extra time, maybe a little extra money, but it's what sets them apart from the competition. They want to get it right just the way you want it. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. This is a business that's been around since the 1950s. They have more than 165 years of experience. Between the people that work there, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have owned the place for more than 20 years now. They carry all kinds of items for your kitchens and bathrooms and basements and wine rooms and man caves, bars, accent rooms, you name it. You need a part of your home redone. This is the place to go. You go to Collier and Thompson because they will do it right. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
You're welcome to get involved in the program by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Curtin Manning said phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues lose on Saturday night 2-0 at the hands of Dallas. Off today, or I'm sorry, they're playing tonight. Well, you know.
If only we were the home of the Blues.
Keep on chipping, keep on chipping. We are the home of the Blues, Martin, and that's why you can catch this game right here on 101 ESPN against Vancouver. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. CinemaWandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Martin, I think you can make the case we buried the lead with Jackson celebrating his first anniversary this Saturday, but maybe the lead was actually Doug's date with a sponsor. He went on a date with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and it was to the Blues Hall of Fame ceremony.
It wasn't really a date.
Okay.
I had an extra ticket, and I thought maybe one of the sponsors who does a blues segment would enjoy going. That's all.
How was the event?
The event is always fun. They do a fantastic job. Curtis Joseph was there. Wayne Babbage, Jim Roberts went in. Bruce Affleck. Big crowd as always. It's fun to see the old guys. Saw Kelly Chase there. You know, he's up and around at least.
God bless him.
Yeah. Chris Pronger, Brett Hull, Bernie Federico, they were all there. That's a fun night.
I don't know if anybody for a franchise has held as many unique jobs as Bruce Affleck. He was the CFO at one time. He was a broadcaster, head of alumni.
Player,
obviously. Was also like head of ticketing one year. I mean, he's really gone through the whole list.
I think he said he's been there like 50 years.
Yeah.
The Blues were hoping to carry the momentum of the Hall of Fame ceremony and the energy of Hall of Fame night on Saturday against the Stars. Plus, Dallas had played the night before, battling against the Golden Knights. And you're thinking, okay, Doug, if it's going to happen, got to bounce back after Thursday's loss to VGK.
Right.
And then instead, it's Dallas who comes out with the energy. Blues outplayed them, hit post after post in the second and third period, but nothing doing. First shutout the regular season. And they have lost back-to-back games and now trail the Flames after the momentum of taking both games from Calgary 2 weeks ago here in St. Louis. Now trail the Flames by 5 points. Jim Montgomery not pleased with the situation following Saturday's loss to the Stars.
I mean, you can't just have two good, decent periods. You got to have three. We got to start on time, or you got to finish the game the right way. You know, in Vegas, thought we didn't finish the game off. You know, so we just got to continue to build and understand the importance of game management. You understand the importance of every shift. Every shift is a gift mentality. So that we're, you know, grateful for the opportunity to play in front of great Blues fans and stuff, and hopefully that creates more of an urgency within us.
Coach, what rock song will you use on Monday? I don't want to overstate it and be hyperbole guy. What's the Orlovsky's the Take Smith?
Yeah.
I feel like the season is really at a fragile point here.
I share your opinion, kind sir.
And I don't want to overstate it. The Detroit Silverdome, 1999, the Rams lost 2 in a row. So they were from 6-0 to 6-2.
Jermaine Crowell, 4th and 25, Doug?
Tasha Allen forgot to cover a guy.
I was in the elevator when that happened.
We're in the
the parking lot when David Freese hit his home run, so don't get me started.
It's a glamorous life. We're in the locker room, and I'm waiting for Keith Lyle, who's one of the great talkers on the team. And he sits next to Todd Light, and Bernie Miklasz is interviewing Todd Light about the game. And I'm waiting for Lyle, who's tying his shoes, but he's commenting under his breath on everything Bernie says to Todd Light. And I'm waiting for Lyle, and I heard Bernie say to Todd Light, "Well, you could have won, you know, pal. But what do you think happened? You know, he's going through this whole thing." And Todd Light gives him some great answers, Notre Dame guy. And then Bernie said, "You think it's a fragile 6-2? I mean, you guys. I mean, is this fragile?" And Keith Lyle said, "Fragile 6-2, man, fragile." He kept muttering, "Fragile 6-2." I'm like, "Keith, you got to make us." "Yeah, what's up, man?" And like, he was totally fine. But whenever a team is struggling at work at the 2 Fox, we would always say, "Fragile 6-2." But I do think it's not overstating it. I think Montgomery on a lie detector would agree that this is kind of a key point here where we've really let this thing slip away. We had to make a push. didn't have a lot of margin for error, and they're clearly just, I don't want to say they're not showing up, but these are back-to-back home games where you just have been listless at times.
You got a team that played a great team the night before, Dallas playing Vegas. They're here. You've got the energy in the building. That place was getting going with the Hall of Fame celebration beforehand, and to come out like that's rough. That's impossible to defend. And when you have Braden Shen following the game talking about we need guys to make sure they're showing up ready to play, that's an indictment. That's as polite as you can say it, but that's an indictment. And then you sit there and you go, okay, you got the Canucks tonight, 6:30 start, and then off to Colorado, fresh off their big trade. How about that on Friday night with Ratnan? And then at Utah again, and then Edmonton and Florida before you get the Blackhawks before the Four Nations. I mean, whew. Cats and dogs, Doug. That's quite a little schedule there.
Well, I was disappointed with the loss. However,
nice.
They did outshoot Dallas 33-19.
Wow, you're about to get held with a rights holder text.
You said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
Yeah, this is kind of what this is going to be. They hit a couple of goalposts. It's a situation where if the shot is a half an inch in another direction, it's a goal. And now we're saying, boy, they really came out to play. This stuff happens in hockey more than any other sport, where sometimes you play a little better than what the outcome looked like. I mean, if those shots that hit the post that go in, all of a sudden we're saying, boy, they really came ready to play. Now, it didn't look like they had a whole lot of energy. I'll grant you that. But at the same time, it may not have been as bad as what we think. Just because they got shut out, they did generate a lot of scoring chances, and you don't do that unless you're playing fairly well.
You don't outplay the team if you get shut out. That's from the 6-1 hate.
I didn't say they outplayed them. I said that it's possible to play a little bit better than what the final score might indicate. And I think this might have been one of those games where they weren't, it looks horrible. 2-0 score looks terrible on your home ice, and everyone's bummed out that they lost. But there is so much to the puck luck thing that it doesn't always say that you didn't come prepared to play because the puck bounced out instead of bouncing in.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
That's my rights holder take.
So you do hold rights.
Well, in a way, I guess, but I didn't say that because we do.
Do you feel encumbered?
I think sometimes I get so frustrated when somebody gives up a goal and say, well, we just didn't come ready to play. We didn't have the buy-in. Come on, baloney. It just happens.
What did Robert Thomas tell me when I asked about scoring? He said, well, it's hard.
It is hard.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. But I think this is a big game tonight to see how they react. I think people are, even fans, maybe even in the room itself, maybe as Shenner's watching too. What's the reaction tonight? What's the effort level tonight? And Vancouver's one of those teams we were watching. I can't even talk playoff points. I mean, forget it. Until
2 points back, Martin.
Oh, stop it. Until they start winning some games, let's not even talk about the playoffs.
They're 5 back of the Flames, 2 back of the Canucks.
Yeah.
And then Vancouver's got their own situation with unhappiness in their room. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. That's Jason Gosrow and his team. Good chance many of you dealt with a garage door issue over the weekend with cold temperatures, even though it was a little warmer than it has been. When that happens, you go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to give you the quickest response time over the weekend. Jason sets up Monday morning standby service for those doors that break, and then they can get out there literally right now to help you out. It's Schaefer Door Company. They service commercial doors as well. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Jackson, you got to increase your variety on these comeback songs.
Sure.
All right, Doug, next item of business.
All right.
The thought bubble was screw you, but it was, oh, sure.
100%.
Sure.
That's exactly what it was.
You got
These
it,
are
buddy.
tight reads.
No
Well,
problem.
you have to think now we have a much higher volume of returns as we once did. You know, it used to be 2 returns during the program. Now it's upwards of 11 or 12. So you're right. I have to increase variety, but that means I have to increase the library, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, nice.
But you can't play songs?
Sure, I can play whatever.
Okay.
If anyone has requests, I can
you take your requests.
All right. Sure. Open line.
What are you in the mood for, Doug? Kim Carnes, Betty Davis eyes. Used to strip to that.
I did. Made a lot of money. You got any Mills Brothers over there?
Yeah.
Kim
Carnes, the glower.
thought we were trying to bring variety, something different.
I haven't heard that in months.
I played it like last week.
I don't think you did.
I can't imagine the song.
$8.12. When's the last time we played the Mills Brothers?
That's exactly right.
I'll have something new and fresh for us in the next
By the way, and it's not the lead, but I should mention, we were doing the show the other day, telling some stories, and then Matt Holliday texted in. He was
Friend of the show.
listening to the show, I believe, somewhere in Oklahoma. And we had a little text exchange. I think he'll be joining us during the baseball season. How about that?
Huh. Fabulous.
Yeah.
And he lives in Oklahoma
I
now?
believe the boys. Is Ethan is he going to be in the draft this year? I should know that, crowdsource.
And I saw something, they thought he might go number 1.
No, I think that's a real deal. So unbelievable.
I played in the Ascension, what was the Ascension Charity Classic, now Stiefel. Doug, was that 2023?
I don't know the years, Tim.
And the gentleman I was playing with, the pro, lived in the Jupiter area, and his son was a great ball player, and it was, I think, on Ethan's team. And he said for as much attention as Jackson understandably gets, Ethan is actually better than Jackson. And keep in mind, Jackson was drafted overall number 1.
I remember seeing those 2 little kids at spring training with the Cardinals when they'd have Cardinal uniforms on. They must have been about 5 and 6, 7 years old. And Matt would be hitting them balls and playing catch with them.
Doug, I don't know what your mock draft says for MLB draft in 2025. According to MLB.com, their latest mock draft, the number 1 overall pick this summer to the Washington Nationals will be Ethan Holiday.
How about that?
Back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but just 2 sons going
an infielder too?
first overall, shortstop, third base. I believe he's a little stockier than Jackson, a little more of like Matt's build. So we got a lot to talk about. Hopefully he doesn't change his mind if he's listening right now.
I'm a starter at heart.
This is impression of Trevor Rosenthal on the program.
Doug, Jace LaViolette will go number 2.
Yeah, I figured he would. Yeah, he's a heck of a player.
On the Cardinals, for the record, the Cubs are going to acquire Ryan Presley, former Astros closer. That's going to likely clear money, as it looks like Houston is back in the mix for Alex Bregman. And what that means, Doug, is the Red Sox will finally find out, Martin, if they really were interested in Nolan Arenado.
Nolan's agent believes they're interested.
Or at least floating their report.
Thinks they should be interested. So we're 2 weeks away from players running all over the place at Jupiter.
Yep. Sitting down at the picnic table with us.
So that's 2 weeks from now, and Nolan Arenado remains a Cardinal.
I'm taking action if anybody wants it.
You think they're still going to get it done in the next 2 weeks?
In the next 2 weeks.
Could he pull a Yachty and just say, I'll be there, but I'm running a little behind this year?
I'm coaching a team.
Yeah, just buy a little extra time.
Will we see Nolan Arenado in Jupiter? I would say no. I think the Bregman thing's going to get wrapped up here. And then I think Arenado goes to the Red Sox or Tigers or Mariners.
I'm sure he's hoping it gets wrapped up by then. He doesn't want to go down there and
the Drillers.
have everybody with a microphone and a notepad asking him questions about this.
You think he want to sit at the picnic table with us?
No.
Well, if we promise not to ask anything about where he's going to play this year.
Just don't think it's going to happen.
We'll just talk.
What was your offseason
Talk
like?
fries and short game.
Mm-hmm.
He'd probably hop on.
You think about Tarasenko coming back. He wasn't he didn't do a lot of media, so it wasn't like a persistent topic. Hey, did you really want out? What happened? Torrey Krug, I think, did one big meet and greet and kind of say, hey, I wanted to stay. They wanted to look into a trade, and then it just went away. It just died down. I don't think this one would go away. If he were here, it would be a consistent topic.
Because he's the best player they've got.
Yeah.
I don't know who would be in second place.
What time for
Win,
first?
I guess.
Newt.
Arenado's the best guy they've got, and he wants out. That's a problem.
Well, but it's also mutual. I think they both are looking elsewhere.
Well, it's still a problem.
You know who's really tight with Nolan Arenado would be friend of the show, Matt Holliday.
That's right.
So
Maybe you can give us a report.
eventually, maybe there's a little bit of a open discussion there. Walk through it all.
Maybe Holiday can play third base. I bet he can still hit a little bit.
Oh, I bet absolutely.
Doug, do you know Eric Kerber?
Name sounds familiar.
ESPN writer.
I guess that's what I've seen.
He reported, these are more predictions, but when Lenardi gives bracketology, that's essentially that's a report.
Okay.
He says Arenado will be traded to the Seattle Mariners. The Cardinals have made it clear they must move on from Arenado to instill Nolan Gorman at third base. We heard rumors of the Red Sox, Blue Jays, and other teams interested. We haven't heard about the Mariners, but all they have done is sign utility man Donovan Solano. So that's where Eric Kerber believes he is going to.
And the Mariners won their last 4 games at the end of last season, so they're a team on a roll.
Nicely done. I like that you carry it over.
See why you would want to go there.
The Arenado of old might never return, at the plate at least, but the Cardinals seem so desperate. Watch them handle the bulk of his contract and leave Mariners general manager Derry Dipoto with little choice. Arenado is coming off one of his worst seasons, but this Mariners lineup could use even league average hitters at this point. So it sounds like two teams that are really meant for each other. This is like it's 1:30 in the morning. They turn the lights on in the bar. And you're just Randy as all get on. You go, screw it, fine, let's do this. That's it. Come with me,
the Mariners are at the bar?
Yeah.
I believe he'd be reunited with Randy Arozarena. Well, he probably never was teammates with. So you'd have Arozarena.
Yeah, Arozarena's Instagram stream was in October of 19.
Yeah. So he was gone shortly.
That's correct.
Summarily dismissed. So now Arenado and Arozarena, great alliteration, could be joining each other.
That's fun. Isn't that going to be fun for Seattle fans with the alliteration, Doug?
I don't think they care much about it.
Should we start covering more Mariners stuff? Pretty good uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a nice stadium. Rains a lot.
Looks a little weird.
You're down on Safeco.
I think it's not T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
I don't know. But they needed the retractable roof because it rains.
Yeah,
so
but it's like it makes the stadium look odd. I don't know.
I wish we had
I'm
a retractable roof here.
Nope, I'm anti.
Why?
I like open air.
You like rain? Rain delays? Rainouts?
How often do you go to the Cardinal game and you get a rain delay? Once or twice a month?
It happens.
I'm not worried about
I
it.
also like a little shade when it's 100 degrees out.
Well, go get yourself some seats under the shade.
I don't always have that option.
Or go to a night game.
I'd like a nice, comfortable, retractable roof.
You're all over these busman specials. You know, you might get some sunshine.
How many times you go to a Cardinal game and it's 95 degrees out there, or it's cold and rainy?
Well, maybe people just won't show up.
That's kind of what's happening.
Yeah, well, proof's in the pudding.
Think about that, Doug. James Carlton's proofs in the pudding as well. 409 5-star reviews. But as James said when he was on the show on Friday, don't just look at the 5-star reviews. Look at what people write when they go to James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency and post reviews on Google. People rave about it, and it's like, I mean, it's an insurance agency. How excited can you be? But when you compare it to your previous experiences and then you get that kind of service at James Carlton, it stands out, and that's why people rave about James and his team. Mike Ross and the James Carlton office were recommended to me, and I cannot say enough about the outstanding service I've received in joining this branch and becoming a new customer. Everyone I spoke to is professional and courteous, and Mike is so incredibly friendly and easy to work with. Just one of the 409 5-star reviews for James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net. He will present the Colonel to us, Gabe DeArmond, on Missouri's win over Ole Miss. The Tigers, Jackson, I mean, look at what's doing.
Listen, 5 SEC wins. If you're looking at what it's going to take to get a bid, 3 or 4 more, you could be sitting real pretty.
Don't play again until Saturday.
Don't play again off this week, but then you look at like the response after the Texas game where you lose at Texas, then Texas goes and beats Buzz Williams and the Aggies.
What a blown lead for the Aggies.
Yeah.
What was the score? 51-29, and Buzz loses to the Longhorns.
Yeah, and then you had Florida whooping up on Georgia. That bolsters that win. Now Kansas. Boy, what a situation they have going on in Lawrence
They
right
should have
now.
wrapped it up against Houston multiple times.
Yeah, but either way,
Now, I
Tigers.
noticed you kind of got nasally there at the end.
Multiple times.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
March is ever approaching, and huge.
We all have to talk like that because March is ever approaching.
Yeah, second week of March through the beginning of April. It's time to talk with your nostrils, man.
Get that off.
Talk with your nostrils, man.
Yeah,
How about you
big dub, big dub.
15-0 at home, buddy? 15-0 at home.
Protect the home court.
That Caleb Grill's an assassin.
Boy, can he shoot the rock.
Bulldogs.
Yeah, it was a great win against a good Ole Miss team who's going through like one of the toughest stretches of any teams in college basketball right now. That just goes to show you what the SEC can be and what it has been so far. So, huge win. Love to get it.
Friend of the program, Josh Schertz, couldn't get it done against the Colonial
Revolutionaries.
But they'll get VCU tomorrow, and then Dayton. Martin, our families have a date on Friday night.
It's the Blizzard, the Billiken Blizzard. 6 o'clock start down at Chaffetz.
When you have a young family. It's perfect.
Can't wait.
That's
Now,
optimal. I'm looking forward to it.
They did not play well Saturday, but the reality is for them, as we talked about, they've got to win the A10. All that matters is playing well later, and you want to win as many as you can.
Good seeding for your tournament.
Yeah, but they're not a tournament team unless they win that conference.
He himself says it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. So losing to the Colonials, now Revolutionaries. Was disappointing, but this is a big week. I'd like to see them play well in a big game.
VCU and Dayton this week.
SLU fans have been, even with Travis, they just never quite won those big games. It'd be nice to see them win a bigger game.
Billikens got to shoot all of 7 free throws on Saturday. George Washington, 21. This is one of the reasons why it's so darn hard to win on the road. Come on, Zebra. Call them both ways. They're giving him the business out there.
Yeah, your whistle work?
He's camped in the lane.
You want more 3-second calls?
Yes.
Got like a good 3
That
seconds.
is the Wizard of Crestwood right there. Billikens versus VCU tomorrow night, 7 p.m. It's mascot night. How about this? Featuring Louis, Fredbird, and the Billiken. Tickets starting at $10 for the 200 level and $55 for the 100 level. Visit SLUBillikens.com. Both teams are in the top 4 of the A10 men's basketball standings. The Billikens 10-1 at Chaffetz this season. You got them all, Doug. Robbie, Gibson, Swope, not Buck for the record.
No.
They are the highest scoring trio in NCAA Division I basketball. Tickets starting is $10. And those can be purchased at SLUBillikens.com. Just real quickly, watch this. Hold on a second. And in van. 2. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah.
Okay.
SLUBillikens.com. Doug, in a stunning development, I received a complimentary email for my picks on this program from a gentleman who I think gets it, and it wasn't my father.
Okay.
Hey, Tim. I hope all is well. I'm an avid listener, but I don't text or call. You deserve some credit.
Here we go.
And couldn't have called these 2 games better.
Ha!
Now, what just happened over there?
No, please continue. I apologize.
But what was the reaction for?
You couldn't have picked them better. I don't know.
And you let out a...
There's just something about that. It was just fun. I don't know.
Tasered?
I don't know. I didn't think it would be brought up. I'm sorry.
I mean, 41-13 was my play on the Commanders and Eagles. Mocked by the public. And then 41-38 on the Bills and the Chiefs. Chiefs winning that one. I mean, 3-point. What else? What do people want? I give you the side, and I give you the team. Wait. What do you want?
I make picks. You make money.
I make picks. You make money. Okay.
Well played, sir. Had I been fully on board, it would have been even more profitable. Should the Tam Avenue losing syndicate, I don't like that name there, though, reunite come next football season, I'll be back in Have a great week and keep up the good work. You guys have been crushing it. Cheers. That's from Billy Shillington. P.S. Anyone but the Chiefs still holds. Yeah, Doug, you can get those hoodies at tmastlshop.com and T-shirts for your upcoming Super Bowl party. Anyone but the Chiefs, as St. Louis Starter Packs is on a mission with those things. So, Bill Shillington, you're exactly right, and thank you for acknowledging my greatness. And you can acknowledge my greatness, too, by emailing T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. But then I was wrong on my prop plays.
Saquon, and then Travis Kelce did not score.
Yeah, how about
he had a quiet game? I thought he was going to have a monster game.
So did I. He did nothing. It was Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, with Kelce, yes. They did a good job of keying in on him. I think they did everything they could so that he wasn't going to crush him.
Worthy started off the game going to Hollywood Brown a little bit, but it was, for the most part, Xavier Worthy. He had a big game.
Josh Allen had 237 passing yards, Jackson.
You got the over, Martin.
I just want to make sure that hasn't changed since yesterday's game.
Good on you. 3-3 for Martin on the weekend.
Was 4-2 the best mark?
Yeah. You and me both went 4-2.
And you got paid because your high school bookie had bad lines?
Yeah, got lucky in that sense. And then I took I put heavy action on the first half over of the Bills and Chiefs, which hit. So we're chilling. 24.5, I think that number was.
Does it bother anyone else in the dais that they all go for the 2-pointer so early in the game? And I'm like, it's just that 1 point later, and Buffalo kept doing it. And at one point I said, if you hadn't been messing around, jacking around the 2-pointers
early in the game,
I think once you get to the fourth quarter, it should shift your thought pattern. But they all sort of do, we're down 8 in the second quarter, so if we score 6, we should go for 2, because then we'd be it's only the second quarter.
I share
just
your opinion,
those
sir.
little 1 points just kind of keep adding up, and then you look at late in the game, and there was a point there where they would have had a field goal lead.
That's right.
If they had taken 2 extra points that they decided to eschew.
Don't say issue.
I loved that. That was big. That was a proud moment for the cadets.
I don't know that we need to be using language
Jackie.
like that.
Did that for Jackson.
I had the under of the Chiefs-Bills game. Then I heard Tim say take the over. I felt so stupid. I couldn't change it. Of course you were right. You're the best, Tim. Doug, that's from the Grease Effect.
Stop it. Quit it.
Give that man the Listener of the Month award immediately. That's from Mr. Lynch.
No.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
Stop eliminating. Stop it.
You just knocked the arch off the air. Gravy.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We are on the brink of history with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom in the lead in the final week for the month of January. Can you stop her? I don't know if anybody can. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Doug, Kilcoyne.
Yes.
Then she had that other big hit. No, she didn't.
Is this song sapphic in nature?
I can read into that, sure.
Yeah.
I can read into anything, though. And she was in We Are the World, right? Right before Cyndi Lauper started screaming?
Yeah. She only had like one line.
All right. And was that with Kenny Loggins? And then Cyndi Lauper just started screaming.
Yeah.
Didn't Yoko Ono do that once when John Lennon and Chuck Berry did like a performance and Yoko Ono just starts screaming?
I guess we got to pull up the audio.
It's hard to forgive her for what she did.
I think a producer like eventually just turned her microphone off and she was screaming into the ether.
Screeching is more like
I'm going to find that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Kaylee Anthony's hot mom is in the YouTube chat.
What?
Okay.
Also, I'm usually Bozo McGee, but I changed it for another stream and can't dove another 8 days.
Huh? Dove?
I don't know what that means.
What does this mean?
You ever had a Dove chocolate bar, like an ice cream bar? Pretty good.
I probably, oh yeah, very good. Yeah. Oh,
That's all it takes, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you,
Ice cream.
I got into a bag of gummy bears on Saturday night, and just the self-loathing after nearly eating the whole thing.
Haribo?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Germans.
my God.
I had 5 chocolate chip cookies last night about 9 o'clock at
Are you
night.
hating yourself right
Yes,
now, Brian?
I am.
You have some 2% with that, or you go bone dry?
Bone dry.
Wow.
Raw
Good on
dog
you.
season.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot, man. I like that. Mark, can I eat them?
He wasn't with me. I had
That with you all the time.
5 of them. What am I doing?
I destroyed some emos on Thursday night. Since this is like, Eaters Anonymous right now, this hour. Mm-hmm. Because of you guys talking all that emos. Remember Thursday? We had
it got in your head.
Jason Tatum, Sterling K. Brown. I'm like, I got to have some.
How many pieces you have, bro?
Well, they're small pieces, Doug. They're square. It's a square beyond compare.
I'll ask again, Senator. How many pieces?
I mean, define piece. Because sometimes
can't do that.
Sometimes they're stuck together.
With emos, I do it in like halves. Like, did you eat half the pizza or the full pizza?
Oh, that's a good question.
So did you have half? It's easy to eat half.
I'd say I had about half of it.
Well, the corner piece is one bite.
Yeah.
And it's the best bite.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
A bite.
I disagree
That's
with
my
that.
take.
You can text in. What's the best bite? 314-399-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Martin is starting to see what goes on in the text inbox on TMA when listeners send in texts over and over and over again, such as Ray King, who has sent this in. I think we're in the double digits category now. And he says, Doug, great to see you yesterday, and thanks again for the long kiss after the Nighthawks brought home the hard-fought win. It was hot.
There was
that
no
was spelled
kiss.
2 T's. That's from Ray King.
I did see him before his game. I did not stay to watch his game. Wasn't terribly interested in his game. And there was certainly no kiss, short or long. The fact that I even have to explain this is unbelievable.
Were you coaching, Doug?
No, just watching my son play hockey.
Okay.
And he had an old man huff and puff game in another rink.
Guys, did Jackson apply for the assistant manager position at Ronnie's during the break? He seems broken today. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
No applications were submitted.
Assistant manager probably doesn't get to see the movies.
What do you mean?
At a theater.
You said when you were there, you got to actually watch the movies.
All the time, yeah, it was great.
But I imagine the assistant manager doesn't.
I don't know. Depends. I wasn't like watching full movies, but when you go clean the theater, you get in there like 15 minutes early, catch the end of it. It was kind of nice. And then you have to clean up someone's vomit or something.
You start cleaning before the movie's even over?
No, but try to get in. The worst is post-credit scenes. This was a big thing with the superhero movies, where after the credits they would have like a little stinger, like a minute that would lead into the next movie. So people would sit there the entire time, like 10 minutes, waiting for it. And it's like, hey, get out of here.
Oh,
you'd start barking at the customers.
It's either get out of there or clean up yourself, Yeah. Maybe don't leave that giant thing of popcorn in the Applebee's you brought into the theater with you.
Now we're shaming people.
Yeah, you're right. Damn right I'm shaming
If you
them.
wouldn't charge $15 for some popcorn, we could buy it there.
How are they supposed to keep the lights on? You got charge concession.
That's not my fault.
Movie tickets, you know where that goes? Disney. Bob Iger lying in his pockets.
Oh.
Bob Iger taking heat.
Junior mints are going to clean themselves.
100%. Goodness gracious. A balloon got stuck up on the ceiling once, and it went in front of the projector. The whole projector
was there a balloon in there?
Because some kid had a birthday party. This was ceilings. I had to get a pool skimmer. I was on a pool skimmer. I was rinking it up. I had to get it down.
You just happened to have a pool skimmer at the theater?
Because this has happened before. It had happened before. I got it down. The place went nuts. Applause left and right. I felt
feels like a script reading, like you and Doug are reading a script.
Nonsense. This is the trials and tribulations of your local theater.
Do a lot of people misbehave at the movie theater?
Absolutely.
What do they do?
Filming the movie. That's a $250,000 fine. Thank you very much.
It is?
You better believe it. That's piracy.
But how do you catch them? You can't tell if
a kid is holding it up on Snapchat trying to capture all of Spider-Way No Way Home.
But I never see an usher walking up and down the aisles looking for that.
Yeah, it's because they don't have stones like me.
Clip that off.
You ever catch anybody doing anything naughty in there?
Better believe it.
Really?
Yeah, I said break that up.
Did you really? Tap them on the leg and say, all right, knock this off.
I said these people paid $16 and change to pick their seats. They're not going to watch you.
What were they doing, like popcorn bucket manual thing?
Necking. They were necking.
Necking, Doug, at the sock op.
Is that illegal to neck?
Well, when you're around other people, you know.
How do you break that up?
Shine a light on, you got a flashlight?
Yeah, a little torch. So, we're going to need you two to calm that down.
Mike Martin
starts to kind of talk like Obama. I was like,
someone would have to get up out of their chair and come and complain to you, right?
That's right. Yeah, I wasn't just looking out for hanky-panky.
So somebody came to you and said, hey, there's a couple necking?
Yeah. So, I said, all right, I'll get that down. I'll take care of that. And so I did. Because I pride in my job.
They were fine with it? They didn't fight back or bark at you?
They were honestly terrified.
Okay.
These were kids, weren't they?
Yeah, of course. It'd be weirder if it was like a couple in their 70s.
Would you break that up?
I don't think I could.
No. That's what happens when you screen on Golden Pond on its anniversary year. Come on out, olds.
Did you stand there and watch for a few minutes, Jax? Be honest. Hey, Mr. Martin, how are you? Great game over the weekend. Yeah. Anyways, Doug, kiss me on my face.
Okay,
That's from
stop.
Brian Henson, and he covers the Colts.
This is a supposed journalist writing a radio show saying, kiss me on my face. I wonder if the Indianapolis Star is aware of this behavior.
They promoted them for it.
Seems to have a lot of free time.
It's Colts aren't on the field yet.
Yeah, it's off season.
They've got that Shane Steichen? Who? Richard Deitch? The coach of the Colts. Shane Steichen? Remember the last time the Eagles went to the Super Bowl? He lost both coordinators, Nick Sirianni, because Gannon went to Arizona. Shane Steichen went to the Colts.
Brian Henson will call in to let us know. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved on the program. And then the YouTube chat, where Brad says the Oscars are officially a joke, and then Jackson's conscience says, hey, Brad, why is that? And that's the kind of...
All right.
Kind of
very
conversation.
Folksy, very fun.
It is folksy. Mm-hmm. It is folksy.
Did you see the nominations, Brad says? So he's not happy with the nominations.
There's always going to be a couple snubs. That's just how it is. There's just not enough nominations to go around.
But it's a transgender drug dealer that's going to walk away with the hardware?
Amelia Perez has the second most Oscar nominations ever. I have not seen the film, so I cannot comment on it.
Very woke. Very, very woke.
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. But
Bob Iger is cashing in on idiots like me approaching the 5-figure mark for a family of 4 to go to Disney World, where I'm sure my patience will be tested by all the grown-ups with no kids who vacation there for reasons unbeknownst to me. Maybe a bunch of furries or something. I don't know. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Reader.
It is kind of odd if just adults are there by themselves.
I used to think that. I used to think that Disney adults are really weird, and someone put it to me as like, but you go crazy over like sporting events. Like you find that to be like you would spend a lot of money on it. You spend your time and ever like watching it. I mean, it's literally our jobs. And so if older people as adults really love Disney and it like really brings them joy, I don't know if it's any weirder than like being an avid sports fan.
Well, some people like things and some people don't like other things.
For sure. But I'm sure like some people like who are avid Disney fans who don't like sports think it's like a little odd for sports fans. So I think it's all about perspective.
I guess it's designed to be a kid's amusement park, I think.
Sure. But, I mean, you could say baseball is designed to be played by kids.
Well, I think there are people who are not sports fans who think it's weird.
Look on Doug's face.
It's a kid's game, Sandlot.
There are adults playing it when you go.
I do think non-sports fans can't wrap their head around grown-ups, grown men, like at a game screaming, come on! on, first down, let's go. And they're saying, why are you that invested in that? So, to Jackson's point, I guess, why is that any weirder?
I know. That's kind of where I'm at. I get where Doug's saying, where it is kind of engineered towards children. But, I don't know. I think one could also make the claim that sports are engineered towards children as well. It appeals to adults.
There. But I agree that everyone should see Disney World at least once in their life.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating place to go to see, even if you don't have a little kid running around.
Boy, it's hot there. Orlando, Florida in the summer.
Oh, it can be.
Guys, it sounds like somebody in Jackson's family is a Disney adult. That's from the 314.
No.
That's somebody picking up a read.
No, I have no Disney adults. I don't even know any personally. But I really was going to like go in on that and be like, boy, that's just the weirdest thing ever. But I don't know. I don't know if it's any weirder than any other fandom out there. Being a fan is by far kind of crazy in and of itself. So
Disney adults are creepy pedophiles. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
That's the playbook these days.
What do you mean that's the playbook these days?
Well, if you disagree, they're a pedophile.
Doug, that's the playbook?
I don't
Who's
know
running
if
that
that's the
playbook?
playbook.
Sean McDermott should have gotten the ball in the hands of James Cook on the final drive. That's the playbook I thought we were going to see.
But if you don't like a coach, you just say he's a pedophile. That's the new move.
Stops him.
Hot take. Disneyland is way better than Disney World. Thanks, Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, I've been to both, and I think there's a lot more. Disney World, I think, is a lot bigger.
That came from the Hunchback himself, though.
Yeah.
Is that Quasimodo?
I believe so.
Yeah. I've never been to Land. I've only been to World.
Yeah.
St. Louis could have hosted it. Remember that? Walt Disney was moving the crew here.
Yeah.
Came down to a battle over beer, I believe. Wasn't that the deal?
Yeah. But you would think it would come down to the weather. They're still going strong in Orlando this time
Seems to
of
be
year.
a good spot for
What
it.
would you do here? How could you possibly have an open amusement park here in January, February, December? That wouldn't work.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it would be a big problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Jackie, the line's really low at the Small World After All. Is that what it is? It's a Small World After All? Is that the ride?
The little,
It's a small world. Yeah,
Isn't that
it's
a
small
ride
world.
you could take?
A small world, yeah.
So
and they
after
play
the
that
show-
song the whole time.
And you liked it, Doug?
I don't mind it. I just don't need it drilled in my head for like 15 solid minutes.
But you like waiting for it for 58 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Good times.
Guys, I like me a good Rainforest Cafe. That's from Big Blonde Dan.
I do too. I'm surprised we don't have one of those.
Didn't we used to?
I don't think so.
We had Planet Hollywood?
That.
Yeah, that was huge.
Didn't last.
Really?
You can email in on your favorite things that are now closed here the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's Seth Goldcamp. And Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. And Doug, here we go.
Right.
The warm-up is underway, brother. Highs. 49 tomorrow, 51 on Wednesday, 52 on Friday, 55 on Sunday. I think all that snow and ice is going to be going away.
Oh, I would think, and just within a couple days. Probably.
And then all of a sudden you go, wow, we're only 2 months away from the azaleas in bloom at Augusta National. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, really.
It's just around the corner.
Yeah, it hits fast because just when winter's over, oh, wow.
Here we go.
Here's the biggest event in the golf season.
Here we go. So, work with Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. If you have any heating issues, it's designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, longest running sponsor on TMA, and I am a very happy client. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Kind of a cute story that ties into what you guys are talking about. First time I French kissed Doug was on the It's a Small World ride. That's from Engine Joe's Cave Ride.
Okay, we're gonna pull out the suspension logule now.
Good on you.
Engine Joe, you've just been suspended. You're probably wondering for how long. Well, this is going to be 2 days' time. And in addition to that, you have been put on notice. Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man suspended. Thank you, Illinois Recovery Center, for your suspension logule. And he's been put on notice.
Let's just make out.
Fellas, can we acknowledge the ice pigging epidemic that occurs during Blues games? Last game I sat next to a St. Charles. Usually there's a noun after that. Last game I sat next to a St. Charles who was putting in a hard 15-minute shift on a lap buffet of barbecue. We need a BMI cam to replace that decibel meter. Doug, that's from Milagro Tequila, Texture of the Year 2023 and 2024 Arbor Day.
You can tell us St. Charles just by the way he eats at a buffet?
That's
Is that accurate?
I really hate eating at the seats in sporting events. Like, I'd much rather just eat at the little tables they put out in the concourse. I know you miss some of the action, but you can really avoid spillage.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it gets on your pants.
Especially if you're having a lap buffet of barbecue.
Oh.
I'm going to the Blues game tonight, and I might just get myself 3 Shake Shack burgers.
Oh, really?
And some crinkle cuts to wash them down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll be good. Fries are another tough one to eat at the. So you get the ketchup packets. God, I hate a ketchup packet.
What happened there?
I couldn't. Sometimes I struggle. I'm slow out of the gate. I'm like thawing out.
Yeah, talking about the fries.
I'm defrosting. Like I need like another couple minutes on the counter before you put me into the oven. I'm thawing out.
You've had a weird day. I don't think you've had a bad day, but you've had a weird day.
I'm kind of like a cornerback. It's kind of a thankless position. You lock down the player. You're just doing your job, but you get beat over the top. Everyone's like, "What the hell did you do?" Right?
Yeah.
What if Tim's late for a break? You do a corner blitz. Just jump over the table.
Yeah.
Go right at him.
Go right at it, just like Spags called. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, loyal sponsor here on TMA. They've been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in the industry. But Michael wants the best because he wants the best for his customers. Just come in or talk to them, and you'll see a difference. That they want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason that Michael and his business has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this rubs off on all the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all. Carpet is awesome, and it is back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Less than 1 week after being hired as the 19th head coach of the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson has chosen his coordinators. They are hiring Declan Doyle as the team's OC and Dennis Allen, the former Saints coach, as the DC in Chicago. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you wanted it, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
Stop! What in the world is that? I almost fell off the chair. Oh.
Is she yodeling?
She's doing something.
This is John Lennon and Chuck Berry singing, right?
Yes,
but
they were doing.
Yoko Ono is active.
Yeah, some late night host was off for a week. Maybe it was Merv Griffin, and for a week, for whatever reason, John Lennon and Yoko Ono were filling in, and so they had Chuck Berry on, and they were doing Johnny Be Good, and for whatever reason, Yoko Ono was playing the bongos during Johnny Be Good, a song that originally I don't think featured bongos, but regardless, and then just takes up the mic and starts screaming.
Okay, now that we've set the stage, now can we hear it a little bit better?
Sure, Doug. Whatever you want.
Thank you.
That was Jackson saying, get screwed yet again.
And what doesn't come across YouTube is Chuck Berry's face when he originally hears the yodeling. Mm-hmm. It's one of sheer panic.
So that's not a brass instrument. That's Yoko Ono.
That is her. Here.
That's her.
That is her.
Oh. My goodness. Why did she even have to be in there in the first place?
It seems like a fair question. I'm sure when they originally asked, can you fill in? I hope they understood that John and Yoko were a package deal. If you wanted John Lennon, you were also getting Yoko Ono at the time. So I think they knew that, and having Chuck Berry, the godfather of rock and roll, and then Yoko Ono just screaming right behind him.
Could that have given birth to Regis and Kathy Lee, maybe?
I bet Merv never went on vacation again.
I can't remember if it was for sure Merv Griffin, but pretty sure it was.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You are welcome to participate in it by calling in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, all still to come on Jackson's elegant dossier. You're welcome to meet other friends and get to know them. Is it Codeine Cardinals, Doug?
Oh.
Codeine Cardinals is in there talking about Sega with Too Fat to Kayak and Tori Holtzfinger and somebody who's known as St. Charles.
Oh, wow. Working quick. Google accounts getting created quickly.
As you might imagine, with the spot on Josh Allen's attempted fourth down conversion with the Bills leading 22-21. More conspiracy theories we read from Dan Orlovsky. He was condemning the spot and the Chiefs getting the ball back there. Drew Tranquil, linebacker for the Chiefs, said, shout out to Buffalo Bills. A heck of a battle. The rest of y'all can take all that ref talk and kick rocks.
Yo.
We stand on business. How about that, Martin?
Wow, you went full Eli there.
Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah, take that, Heupel.
Kick rocks felt a little bit like a Rich Gouldism. It's right there with pissing up a rope. And then we stand on business. Is that a shirt you have available, Tim? We stand.
Well, that's not a bad idea, Chairman. We can go on the stand on business.
Maybe TMA, we stand on business. Kind of own it.
Like a guy running away from a situation and says we stand on business.
Well, I'm telling you, we posted that anyone but the Chiefs thing. And I guess I'm tagged in it, or I'm a collaborator.
Sure.
Doug, I don't follow it. I'm more of a gift depot on social media.
Okay.
But I'm involved in all of the comments that are coming in, and like Chiefs and anti-Chiefs people are arguing in my comments for the anyone but the Chiefs hoodie and St. Louis starter packs. Brett Knowles, in the interview we did, when I guess we posted the audio of him talking about his frustration with St. Louis becoming a Chiefs market. And man, it is heated, and it's going to get more heated here over the next 13 days.
No. Are they buying this shirt, though?
Yeah, people like the anyone but the Chiefs, and people hate anyone but the Chiefs. Yes.
Hate.
Right.
Well, it's polarizing.
Okay.
Well, I'm not running for office this year.
Not this year.
Not this year. I've got 2028 circled where I try to get a high approval rating.
And that's when you can figure out what to do with the Rams NFL money.
That's exactly
2028. Why don't you make that part of your 28 campaign?
I think that would be it.
To sort through that money.
County executive or governor or what?
Oh, boy, there's such a push right now for me to be a senator.
Oh.
A lot of backdoor campaigning, Doug. It's already taken place.
Such a real push. Hey, we've got a godless pervert. We'd like him to run. The two most controversial plays went their way. That game added to it doesn't end the ref conspiracy. That's from the 314. I would imagine talking about the catch inside the 5-yard line that also had a flag, and then the Josh Allen spot. I would gather that's what this texter is making reference to.
The worthy catch.
The worthy catch inside the 5.
And then, the call on the 4th and short. Yeah. I watched the whole game. I did not think that there was anything nefarious. I didn't think that it was super one-sided one way or another.
Let me put it this way. If that call on the Allen spot on the field would have been he picked it up, which the far judge had it, the near side judge did not, then they get it. There wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. I think Chris Jones was like, he was kind of blocking the line, so it was tough to see. Do I think he picked up the first down? Yes, I do. But I also understand it's difficult to overturn it with the video evidence that they had.
Right. Had they said first down, immediately ruled it, they go to the replay, they're going to leave it alone. I don't understand the fact they don't measure anymore. That used to be the thing. Have they gotten away from the chain gang? Is that not a thing?
It seemed like a silly thing in the first place.
It was silly, but I kind of need that.
A couple out-of-shape guys running up and down the field, and like they have to keep that no, there's no slack, can't have any slack. And then they kind of,
the dramatic pull.
Yeah. It seems like in the day and age in 2025, there's a better way to do it.
We could do better.
Guys, Kincaid also got a terrible spot on the 3rd down before the Allen spot play. I've seen a few texts on that. That Kincaid should have picked up the first down as it was.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Nothing egregious, though, really. Do you think in the game there wasn't a pattern, I felt?
It was nowhere near the Texans game. I thought that there was some pretty glaring, wow, that's a big break for the Chiefs. I didn't think there was too many. I mean, I thought the worthy catch, I honestly did not think that was a catch by any means. I thought that was a bad call, but I don't know if it completely swayed the game.
Guys, I'm the biggest Chiefs hater, but Allen did not get that first down, and it was a catch. People need to shut up. As much hate as the Chiefs are getting, it's actually making me want to root for them, and I hate myself for saying that. That's from the 314. See, I like having a dynasty, and I disagree. I saw, was it Nate Burleson following the game saying all of this about people being fatigued on the Chiefs? I mean, maybe that's kind of become a story in some capacity, but I mean, we are in an era right now. I don't think it's as glamorous as what I recall, but maybe it's because I was a kid with the 49ers of the 80s and Montana and Rice, or the Cowboys of the 90s. I know it was very brief, but the Rams in 99 and 2001, again, I think those were more dominant and had just a high octane offense that came along with it. But when you're in the midst of something like this, I don't know. I personally appreciate it. And again, it's not like I'm a Chiefs fan. I enjoy seeing it. I would have rather personally seen the Commanders win. That would have intrigued me more. But at the same time, hey, I'm anxious to see if the Chiefs can stop Saquon Barkley, because nobody really has. I don't think he was healthy. I don't know if, because I was on a little tiny bet on that one. I think I got it at 123.5, and then Gainwell got hurt on the kickoff return. Right. But then they started running the ball more with a variety of different players.
Shipley.
Yeah, well, Shipley at the end. But they had tight end Dallas
Goddard.
Goddard was running the ball. Hurts was running the ball.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, he of the knee injury going into that game. I think that Barkley got banged up. Now he'll have 2 weeks to heal. let's see what the Chiefs can do against that, because James Cook was making a hell of a lot of progress in the second half. I'm still surprised that Sean McDermott didn't get the ball in his hands after Allen picked up the scrambling first down. They had 2 minutes and 3 timeouts left, and the Chiefs had not shown an ability to stop James Cook in the second half. That would be what would drive me up the wall. I get the Kincaid thing, but that's a hell of a lot different than the Mark Andrews play the week before. I mean, that thing was thrown up. I think he was kind of blinded. It was not. I mean, the fact that the ball even got to him was a miracle. I think I'd be frustrated if I were a Bills fan by James Cook not touching the ball in that sequence. And then all of a sudden now you got a 3rd and 10. They throw a quick out to Amari Cooper, and now it's 4th and 5. And hey, tip of the cap to Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs for calling that corner blitz, because they didn't see it coming, and Allen was absolutely covered. God bless Josh Allen for getting the ball off.
Seriously, that was an unbelievable. I mean, just to even get that going, because that corner guy was in his lap and second flat, Doug.
I wonder if Spags will get a head coaching opportunity now.
What do you think on that, Martin? He's got the 4 pillars.
I mean, Pete Carroll's 73, so age, now granted, he's got a much different resume than Spagnuolo, but age maybe is off the table for some of these teams. The league's been going pretty young.
How old is he now?
65.
I feel like it's not going to happen.
Faith, character, core values, and team first.
Does that change your mind?
4 pillars.
He's probably exactly where he needs to be.
I think so, too. I think he knows that a little bit,
What about if Andy Reid says, that'll do it? Travis Kelce. What if he says, that'll do it? I know that isn't Spagnuolo's side of the ball, but if it starts to break up.
I could see that. I think at that point, I think he would explore.
Maybe the only scenario that Matt Nagy's on the staff too, he could be a candidate. They probably would have some kind of succession plan as long as because Mahomes is going to outlast Reid, and as long as you have Mahomes, you're going to kind of try and keep this thing rolling.
They could bring back Vermeil. He had a good run there.
Was that a La Russa on Vermeil?
That was La Russa on Vermeil. These are Vermeil's teams. He loves the Chiefs. He loves the Eagles.
That's true. Jason Kelce on his late night program says, I'm working ESPN. I'll be at the tailgate for the Eagles game, which I'm excited about. Initially, they were going to make me go up to Bristol, and then they said, hey, do you want to just stay down there and be a reporter on the scene? So I'm really fired up to be there for that, but also I'm kind of torn. I want to be there for the Eagles, but I also want to be there for my brother. I don't know how many more he has, so we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants. That's Jason Kelce talking about Travis, and what that led to was people speculating that Jason knows that Travis is shutting it down after this run, and he wanted to be there for him in what could have been, had the Chiefs lost his last game. I think if you keep winning, you keep going.
Yeah, I thought he kept saying. I thought he said in recent years, like, "Hey, I can do this for a while." I feel like that was a narrative for a while, and then he kind of squashed that.
In most sports, I think you play until they rip the jersey off your back. Football might be a little different. As hard as it is on the body, and as much money as he's already made, he can walk away without being half brain dead. Yeah. You couldn't blame him if he walked away at this point.
Hunchback of Von Castle says I think he's done after the Super Bowl.
I think so too.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think this will do it. And the position he plays, tight end, like one false move, and if you're a step slow and you're not who you think you once were, but you start playing like that, you can really get hurt. And then if you're for the rest of your life you're limping around, and you could have just got out while the getting was good after doing something no one's done in a three-peat. I think you'd be pretty upset with yourself, and I don't think it's worth the extra.
I wonder if he decides ahead of time, or if he says, if we win, I'm going out on top.
Right.
If we lose, I'm coming back to win.
Plus, he's unlike a lot of players where he can make as much money, maybe even more, in the coming years after football. He can still make a ton of money after football without, killing himself working to get there. So
I don't imagine money is much of a factor with a billionaire future wife, too.
Yeah, but,
His prenup season.
Yeah. Logan Roy said, make your own pile.
We're going to have a lot of succession drop right there. I think we're going to have a lot of Kelce family stories the next couple of weeks. I think Mom will reappear.
Doesn't sound like you're enthusiastic. You do think we'll have the Brady Mahomes interview on the Fox pregame.
Although, it's interesting, Brady being a Raiders owner, the Chiefs and Raiders are in the same division. They may say, I don't know if we want you hanging around Mahomes. No, I think that's the move. You got to have Mahomes sitting there with Tom Brady on Fox. Pregame show starts soon.
I heard some of the radio call of the NFC game, and Kurt Warner was on that, and he's just fantastic. He's one of the best I've ever heard.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. He was with
Ian
Eagle, who's great on TV, but I didn't think he was very good on radio. He wasn't telling us what was going on. He'd have calls like, and he's smashed. And that was it. Oh, who got smashed? What happened? But Kurt Warner was just dynamite. He should be in the Tom Brady spot, I think.
I wanted Harlan and Warner, who were doing Westwood 1, and they still work together a lot. Harlan was doing the Chiefs game. Warner was on the Eagles game, Westwood 1. But when they were together, and they are together much of the season, I always thought that would be the perfect ESPN before they did the Buck Aikman thing. Steele, Harlan, and Warner from radio. Put them on TV. Tell me, everybody loves Harlan.
Yeah, they're all great.
Somebody tweeted at Joe Buck yesterday, oh, great, Buck's doing the game's going to ruin it for me. And Joe responded, yeah, it's cold here in Kansas City. Me and Roma are getting ready to call the game on CBS. I'm like, how stupid can you be if you, hate an announcer and you don't even know that they're doing your game?
Right, and he wasn't even on the network that, he
it's
was
not
on
even
Fox.
close.
He wasn't on CBS.
Right.
Guys, I expect Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce to get engaged at the Super Bowl victory.
I'll short that.
You're going to short that?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I just don't see that happening.
Jackson shorting that market, Doug.
Okay.
I just don't. No.
Yeah, they may feel like it would take away from the team's accomplishment if she got in the middle of it.
Would agree. I think that would be a very, I don't think they would do that.
Yeah.
Being a football player is kind of like being a local TV anchor. The grind, the effect it has on your body, both professionals know when it's time to hang it up. Unfortunately, Doug has not decided to hang it up yet. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube.
I decided about 3.5 years ago to hang it up.
How was your Chiefs postgame last
and that
night?
That was probably 5 years after I should have hung it up.
Very few people can be on local news.
Right.
Think about that.
Did you do a massive Chiefs postgame?
I did nothing.
What?
I went to bed is what I did, which is what I've been wanting to do for years.
But didn't you acknowledge you were with Ray King?
I was not with Ray King.
Did you see Ray King last night?
No.
No further questions?
Yesterday afternoon I saw him.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Did you and Savard take calls last night? Or
Savard hasn't been there longer than I have.
Do news shows ever take like if you were doing a sportscast and you took a call from Pestis from Festus, would that be on board?
It's been tried a time or two.
I think Sports Plus did it.
Bush Sports Plus, they did it.
I think they did.
And then bigots would just call in and just drive. It was like the STL Today comments section came to life. The people who are posting under STL Today comments or articles
We've
now.
got Charles Tuna in studio. What could go wrong? Let's go to the phone line.
Raise the doom, man. You're one of those hillbillies that's wearing your Buck McGuire jersey right now. Get out of town, man.
There's an example of what happened.
I think that actually something similar did happen.
Okay, you're going to get away.
Okay, let's go to Frank. Okay, this is a good time to pivot. Mike, are you aware of this young lady? She's only in 3rd grade, but she has made 4,000 straight free throws. In a game? No, in practice. That story. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're struggling this morning, is it just Monday or is this something that's been going on for a while? These can be symptoms of low testosterone, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable. Let Mentality check out your testosterone levels. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Mentality treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, easy, and safe. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You can watch us on youtube.com/TMASTL and talk it over with Droid Effects and John Scores. And you can email in to try to defeat the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, all coming up here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And he is dating Doug, so that is fun.
He isn't.
I feel like I should disclose that both for the Securities and Exchange Commission, but also just to the listeners. I think that's probably the right thing to do.
That's not true. It's fake news.
Did you go out with him on Friday night?
No. I met him at an event. Does that count? We drove separately.
Oh, right. Interesting. Where'd you stay?
It's not that interesting. I went back home, as did he, I assume. I don't know where he went afterwards.
Did he eat off your plate?
No. Maybe once.
James Carlton's in studio, and you haven't decided to date any of us yet.
No, but Gabe and I shared lunch at the St. Louis Quarterback Club, lunch at Llewellyn's one time.
Wow.
So that's nice, yeah.
Colonel and I are doing the, what is it? Is that what it's, the St. Louis, Missouri
Tiger
Quarterback
Club?
Yes.
Maybe?
Colonel and I are doing that on April 1st.
At Llewellyn's?
Yes.
Heck yes, I'll be there.
Yeah. Colonel, what do you think about that? They booked us.
It sounds like a triple date. I think they have a name for that. I don't want to say it on the radio.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's why I clock in early and leave late. I'm on a quest that Doug is unquenched.
Tim, the fact that they booked you on April 1st, are you a little concerned that it's not really happening?
It does seem like it can't be a coincidence, Colonel, that they have us on April Fool's Day.
I'll be honest. If I drive to Webster Groves and they say, just kidding, I think we're going to have a couple issues, but we'll go play golf.
Yeah, golf.
I think Gabe is invited.
Yeah,
I'm not questioning that.
I'm just surprised Tim said yes, quite frankly.
Well, when they put the Colonel, I said, okay. We did this one time. Do you remember, Doug? I think it was me, you, and the cat, and then they had Gabe there. This was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And the Mizzou Quarterback Club, they asked legitimate questions. And I'm like, I don't know, Gabe, what do you think?
Yeah, we're going to make stuff up.
Yeah. So I said, hey, for the people who want information, Gabe will be there, and I'll do slap and tickle stuff. That's what we'll do. So that's what we'll do on April 1st at Llewellyn's. Colonel, you got to be on a high right now, aren't you?
Yes, it's good. It does not get less enjoyable, oddly.
I mean, you grew up, you wanted to see this, and now you just get it year in and year out.
Yeah, now it's just, obviously everybody wants to thank the officials, thank the script writers, and happy that they have chosen the media mecca that is Kansas City to be the favored son of the NFL.
I have a Chiefs friend who said, remind everybody out there, we went 50 years between Super Bowl wins, and we had a playoff stretch where we were 1-10, where they just couldn't win a playoff game, they said. So before you think our life is charmed, we've got a few scars.
I mean, I texted a couple of my friends last night. I said, imagine you're like 17 and you grew up in Kansas City and you have seen 2 World Series and 5 Super Bowls. You are spoiled, and I don't much like you, to be honest. But good for you. Happy we're all happy this morning.
And does it take any of the luster off it, knowing that the officials try so hard to make sure the Chiefs win?
No, it's actually better. What I wanted was for the Chiefs to win on like just a clearly egregiously bad call.
Yeah.
I would have so enjoyed social media because, here's what we've learned. And if you haven't learned this, just read my message board after legitimately any Missouri game. If you want to make it about the refs, you always can. Right? I mean, there's always some way to make it about the refs. I thought last night was tough to do, but people have come through, and some have managed to do it.
Mm-hmm. It was a first down.
Are you less emotional because they've won so much? Like you want them to win, it'd be heartbreaking, but it wouldn't be the end of the world.
It wouldn't even be heartbreaking. Like I legitimately, for the first time last night, I thought, man, I kind of feel bad for Josh Allen. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad he lost, but you kind of feel bad. I remember back in 2014 when the Royals were going through the playoffs, I may have texted you, but definitely texted some of my friends who are Cardinals fans, and I said, I don't know how you do this every year. Because the Cardinals at that point were basically in the playoffs every single year. And so you would wake up on April 1st and go, yeah, we got like 6 months of practice, and then we're going to see who we play in the playoffs and if we could get it done. And that's what the regular season has become here now, is just, all right, you got 17 practice games, and then you got 3 games that count, hopefully.
So, Gabe, I know for Tim and I, the Mecca would be a Mizzou football national championship, right?
Yeah.
At this point.
All day.
Would that move the needle for you, covering the team for the last 20-plus years?
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, honestly, like, just because of when I grew up, you know, I was more of a college basketball fan than college football growing up. So a Final Four is kind of the thing that I've always had on my, like, man, I'd love to cover this. But absolutely, like a national title in football, even a playoff appearance. I mean, you know, I was hopeful this year. I thought it would be that'd be awesome to cover a playoff game at Faurot Field. You know, it would be the biggest thing that's ever happened here. And yeah, that would be, you know, again, people confuse the, like, you're not a fan. Yes, I want them to win. It's just like in the 4 hours after the game, I'm still working regardless of whether they win or lose. So you can't really afford to be emotionally invested in the outcome at the time.
I think the biggest college football news maybe over the weekend was the DC, the defensive coordinator at Ohio State, goes to Penn State.
How about that?
And he's getting $3 million. But they said Ohio State tried to retain him. Doesn't that seem like a peculiar move to make?
It does. Apparently, he's from Pennsylvania. I guess. I mean, honestly, Penn State's defensive coordinator who left went to Clemson, and that seemed like a weird move to me. But $3 million for a coordinator, which again is why it's hard to find any sympathy for these schools that say, hey, we need you to pay the players, and, oh, we got to find all this money for revenue share. You apparently have it. You're paying the defensive coordinator $3.1 million a year.
Gabe, Mizzou has had some world-class three-point shooters before, but no one has ever been on a tear like Caleb Grill is right now. I think you said in your 10 thoughts on Power Mizzou this morning, is he leading the nation by a full 2 percentage points?
Pretty close to 2%. Yeah, he's like 49.3, and the second guy, a kid from Drake, is like 47.4 or something like that. But the crazy thing about him to me is he's almost a better shooter when his feet aren't set. You know, I mean, when he hit his first shot on Saturday, and it didn't count because he got called for a travel, but it was from about 24 feet top of the key, and it went in. And then a couple of possessions later, he hit like an 18-foot mid-range, and I said, all right, he's on. He's feeling it. Let's go. He hit 2 in a row, and then he starts to take these like fadeaway 27-footers from the sideline, but you don't even think they're bad shots. You want him taking those shots because he makes at least half of them.
And with what we're seeing from him, and then you combine with what Tamar Bates has done, you have those two scores, and then it seems like there's another guy who steps up because of the depth of the team. You broke down the remaining schedule, and you said the best case scenario, operating on the realm of like a bell curve of outcomes, would be an 8-3 finish, putting Missouri 13-5 in SEC play, 24-7 overall. That would likely be good enough for a top 4 seed in the SEC. And then possibly something like a 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. Me and you being in the same age, same class at the University of Missouri Journalism School, and you were citing how growing up, basketball was obviously the bigger deal because they were competitive, unlike football, which has been the inverse here over the last few years. We can start naming players from different eras in the 80s and the 90s and even the early 2000s, and you can picture what team it was and how well they did. This is different because it's like, okay, who is this guy? What's his role? Where did he come from? Is there a way for you to compare and contrast a previous Missouri team that maybe fans in the area would remember who are now starting to follow this team and going, okay, maybe these guys are really good? Does this team remind you of any of those past teams that went on a run, Gabe?
I think the closest thing that I can come up with is the 08-09 team under Mike Anderson.
Damari Carroll.
It was his third year. The best player on the team was a transfer in Damari Carroll. And they just they started their run earlier, right? That team, I think, went to the CBE Classic in Kansas City and blew out. I think it was Notre Dame and Cal. They won the games by like 30 points. And you started to think, oh, well, hey, maybe this is pretty interesting. Maybe I should pay attention to this. And then they just kept rolling. And, you know, I'm sure, I don't know, there were probably a couple games in there where they had an off day, but there weren't very many because they finished the regular season something like 31-7 finished the season like 31-7. So they obviously didn't have many off days, but they were a team that really moved the ball well, played fast. I think the style of play is similar. Now, I think the difference is, the one criticism there was of Mike at Missouri was he had a style of basketball, and when it worked, it was beautiful and it was tough to beat. But if the other team figured that out, like Mike Anderson didn't necessarily have a plan B, right? So I think Dennis Gates, I think this team probably has a few more ways to win. Like, I think they can win when things don't all go their way. I mean, at Texas, they were in that game with 90 seconds left, but despite playing pretty poorly and basically playing the game Texas wanted them to play, I'm not saying this team's going to end up, and that team, by the way, I think was a 3 seed in the tournament. I don't know if this team gets there, but that's the closest comp I can find.
Hey, Gabe, I'm not afraid to admit that I've been duped by some callers impersonating some people on this program. Tim had a podcast with one that was legendary. He had 3 or 4 different facades he had that just duped all the callers for many years. Is Tiger Terry real?
Wow, what a great question, James.
Terry.
It's a fair question. We were a little concerned he did not call in after the Ole Miss game on Saturday night. The conclusion one of our commenters came to was that he was at Norm's 90th birthday party, probably in Palm Springs, and so he was hammered with the storm out there and couldn't call into the show. He has emailed me and said he is willing to do a podcast at one point. So when the season ends, I'm going to try to line that up. Is he? I mean. Yes, he's a real person. Like, it's not an AI call. I don't actually know who he is, but I don't think it's like Catfax calling in with a recorded message.
Doug, he's the one that goes, Gabe, Gabe, Gabe.
Yeah, oh, that's him.
Yeah, Tiger Terry. Hammered with the storm. That's going to be my new handle, Tim. Gabe.
There he is right there, Tiger Terry.
Most people, I believe, want him actually to just take over Power Mizzou. And I would support that. I understand.
All right. Well, it's been a fun basketball season, and it's surprising at how they could be so bad last year, not win a single game, and now this year they're nationally ranked. With the transfer portal, you just never know one year to the next, and I suppose we don't know next year either because we don't know who's going to hang around for another season in Columbia.
Exactly. I mean, every year you just completely start over. Now, the one thing I'll say about Gates is, like, the transfer portal obviously was big. I mean, they brought Mark Mitchell in and Tony Perkins, and they've gotten guys through there. But the thing about this team that's a little bit surprising is, I mean, 3 of their starters were on this team last year. 4 of their top 6 were on this team last year. They're just either A, healthy, or B, a lot better. I mean, Tamar Bates has taken a step forward. Caleb Grill is healthy and playing well. Trent Pierce and Anthony Robinson are far better players than they were last year. So that's 4 of the 6 top guys in the rotation who were part of 0-19. And I think it's good for Dennis Gates that he now can go to Honor Boateng and Peyton Marshall in this freshman class and say, guys, we've done this before. Like, we know you probably wanted to play more this year, but before you go to get a check in the transfer portal, like, just look at what Robinson's doing, look at what Pierce is doing. If you stick it out, that can happen for you here as well. And I think the second thing it should remind everybody is just the absolute improbability that team went 0-19 last year. Like, they were not good, but Tonje and Grill are hurt. If those guys are healthy, they at least win, 4, 5, 6 games, right? And also just the sheer amount of just bad luck or, just one play that they failed to make or that the other team did make. I mean, that was not a good team, but there is no, I watched Kim Anderson teams go 8-24 that should have gone 8-24, and they actually even still won a couple SEC games. I mean, last year's Missouri roster was not on that level, but the results were.
Now Missouri with a few days off, then head to Starkville to take on another top 25 SEC team in Mississippi State on Saturday. Gabe DeArmond with us every Monday and Friday, presented to you by James Carlton. Colonel, congratulations to your Chiefs. We will talk again on Friday, sir.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's get Gabe DeArmond with us here of PowerMizzou.com, presented by this gentleman, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You had a rough weekend wagering-wise. Jackson went undefeated
I think it's 200,000, but he doesn't want to give the number.
Less than 400, he said.
Less than 400,000.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest weekend, but I tell you what, I have a lot of equity to build up this past few weeks because I've watched every second of all these games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I need to get some things done around the house. I'm glad there's a bye week between now and the Super Bowl, and then after that, I guess you watch some hockey, watch some college hoops, and then golf. But nothing consumes me like football. Yeah. I mean, it's appointment television for me.
I enjoyed the hell out of it yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Watched every snap of it all. James, always appreciate it, man. Thanks
Likewise.
so much. That's
Thanks,
James
guys.
Carlton,
Well,
Carlton
thanks,
State
James.
Farm Insurance Agency. James Carlton, 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend he become your insurance agent as well. Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental is a loyal TMA sponsor, and I know a number of you have started working with him at 100westdental.com. That's 100westdental.com. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Here's the thing. You go, I don't really want to go to the dentist. Who wants to go to the dentist? I understand that. But dental health can impact the health of the rest of your body. You do not want to get in a spot where you don't get checked up and then you regret it. Get it taken care of with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. And if you are interested in Invisalign, you mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. You can schedule your appointment right now. Just check the calendar online. Don't even need to call. But if you want to call, 636-585-0100. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, as we plow through another winter here in St. Louis, Classic Air Care wants you to know that they're there. They know that there's a lot of heating and cooling companies in town. They know that when it comes to getting your HVAC unit at home serviced, they know that you have a choice. What they're asking is that you think of them when you need to make that choice. Classic Air Care. You want to know the kind of quality of service you're getting? Go to ClassicAirCare.com, click on the 5 stars at the top of the page, and read the reviews. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. It's the kind of company that's going to come into your house. They're going to make sure that the unit is running right. They're going to make sure that everything is down to the detail, including vacuuming it out and making sure it's nice and clean. They're going to make sure that you know what's going on.
They're going to answer any questions you have. They're going to make sure that you know everything you need to know to make an accurate decision on what repairs or even replacement are needed. That's the kind of quality you can trust. I trust them with my home. You can trust them with your home. It's Classic Air Care. Go online, book an appointment, read the reviews, or even order filters online at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Well, Blues and Canucks tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN, 5:30 p.m. Doug, puck drop is 6:30, not 7 o'clock, 6:30.
6:30, okay. That's good. Get home a little earlier.
Especially if you're taking a 3-year-old. This is his birthday present.
Well, let's remind the players that it starts at 6:30.
Oh,
be ready. Be ready.
Chris Kerber joins us right now to give us his thoughts. Well, go ahead, Doug. What you're
I was
going to
wondering
take?
if Martin is trying to warn the players at 6:30. I wonder if there's ever been a time when a player showed up late at a game.
Marvin Barnes, Spirits of St. Louis.
Pascual Perez got stuck in the highway in Atlanta and missed a plaff start.
But it wasn't because they didn't know what time the game started.
He didn't know what exit to get off.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Morning, Curbs.
I saw a reel recently where I think it was Lawrence Taylor that was late for a Giants game. He was golfing. And he was driving past the stadium and going, "The lights are on. Do we have a game tonight?"
Oh, that's outstanding.
and he missed he missed the whole first quarter of the game.
And still had 8 sacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, knowing LT may not have been in a right state of mind, perhaps.
Yeah, there's a good chance he was not.
Curbs, I feel like this is the first time we're talking, and I realize we talked with you on Monday, where I'm going, and Martin said the same thing when we were talking about the Blues in the 8 o'clock hour, going, okay, this thing might be on the brink. Martin, you described it as fragile with the performance against Vegas and then falling behind 2-0, especially with the Hall of Fame festivities, the energy in the building on Saturday night. Yes, they played better in the second and third period and had some bad puck luck with pucks off the post, but now you've fallen behind Calgary by 5 points, and with back-to-back performances like that, I feel like this is a critical juncture for the Blues and their playoff aspirations. What is your assessment, sir?
Well, I think so. I mean, look, you're playing the Vancouver Canucks that won their last game, so they're 2 points ahead of you. They've got 2 games in hand on you, so they played 2 fewer games than you have. That's what that means for those new to that lingo. But they're right ahead of you in the standings. Okay, so before you can get to Calgary, you got to jump Vancouver. Now, the unfortunate thing is you had those great back-to-back home games. You beat the Calgary Flames. You moved to within 1 point of a playoff spot. But then over the next 4 or 5 games, you haven't been able to gain any more ground because of the inconsistencies and especially on home ice. So all that ground you gained, you gave right back. And so, really, you're sitting here going into game number 50, 32 games after tonight. I mean, that's still a good amount of hockey, right? But when you have these head-to-head games like they have now, or they're going to have Utah, big one coming up against Colorado, who's now 10 points ahead of you. It was not that long ago. You get done with that. You get done beating Calgary in those back-to-back games, and you had Colorado within 5 points of you. Well, now they're 10 points up on you. So, yeah, you're making it harder. It's clearly becoming, a 3, maybe 4-team race between Calgary, Vancouver, St. Louis, and Utah for that second wild card spot. But even if you're going to get there, you're going to have to string some wins together. And and they just haven't been able to do it. And it's the makeup of this team. I mean, I think 50 games in, it is who you are. And, you know, Jim Montgomery has a heck of a challenge still working to try to get everybody, you know, going in that one direction, but getting them all at the same time to go has been a real challenge for him.
The outcome certainly not good on Saturday. Do you feel like they played poorly? They had a lot of shots, they had a lot of hits, they had a lot of chances.
You know what? I actually didn't think so, Doug. I didn't think that they played. At the end of that game, like, yeah, they didn't play a bad game, but they didn't play the kind of game that you need to play, you know, all the way through. It was not as good of a start, you know, but again, you know, you give up a wacky goal to the first goal. Okay, that's sometimes that's going to happen. Sometimes that's just the game, you know. I think they got totally screwed on that call with Jake Neighbors. I think it was a roughing call on him, but I don't know how the hell you didn't put Bishop in the box for holding prior to that. So I think John McIsaac, the referee, absolutely botched that. And the unfortunate thing there is to put the Blues penalty kill to work, and the penalty kill has just been awful. You know, they haven't been able to figure out how to cover somebody on the back door, and they're these backdoor tap-ins. So 2-0 against a team that's challenging for a division title makes it really hard on you, and then it was too much for them to come back. So it's self-inflicted wounds, unfortunately, for them, and that's what they're trying to work through. It's the one thing Jim Montgomery has preached really since day one. Just consistency. And, you know, when eventually you get there, the team's going to get really good. But it's getting there that's proven to be the problem.
And Curbs, I don't want to misrepresent what Braden Shen said postgame, but you certainly sensed maybe a little frustration for the captain and maybe looking for a few more guys to get on board. And I know there's only so much he can do. Is it a little bit of a quiet group? I mean, and Shen, he can bark all he wants, but there's got to be a few more people that are kind of in on the messaging.
Yeah, I think it is. You know, I look at that last game, for example, right? And, you know, some of the best offensive shifts you had were from that Robert Thomas line, which was good. Now, they still didn't get to the inside enough, but you still had some extended zone time. It was maybe one of the rare off nights in the last 15 to 20 games we've seen from that Shen line. And a lot of that was Jordan Kyrou had a tough night. You know, back to the one-touch turnovers, the passes into skates, things like that. And that's the thing that they're waiting for. Like, they're waiting for a game where you get both your top two lines going at the same game. You know, the same with the bottom two, the same with the defense, the power play. They haven't had a game where it's all come together. From a vocal standpoint, yeah, look, this leadership group is one where you've got Braden Shen, who I think is obviously the true clear captain of this team. You know, more than just having the C on it. You know, but there could be. I do think he could use some help from the guys wearing the A's. You know, holding some people accountable. Sometimes you got to go into the room. And I've talked to enough players where, look, this isn't the psychoanalytical baloney where everybody in the room's got to get in your face and be rah-rah and all that kind of stuff, right? But it is conversations. It could be another, you know, assistant captain going to somebody going, look, man, we need more here. You know, and you have some of those conversations and things. And I believe they're happening, but maybe not at the same level. And sometimes I think Braden Shen, from that standpoint, is on a bit of an island.
Curbs, that was a fun night at the Hall of Fame ceremony on Friday night. You do a great job hosting that. Who's next up for the Blues? Who will be the next class of Hall of Famers, would you think?
Well, you know, all 3 years as being someone that's had a vote, I voted for Alexander Steen. And so I got to think he's right there. Look, by the time this guy was done, you're talking about, what, 4th or 5th in games played, 4th or 5th in total points. Like, to me, Alexander Steen is a clear one. You know, the twist and chase era, I think, has to be thought of. I haven't put a whole lot of thought into that one yet, Doug. But for me, I think one of the clear-cut no-brainers ends up being an Alexander Steen.
Would Steiner be willing to go? Would he turn it down? No, I'm kidding. He'd have to be interviewed, Doug. And I think that was part of when Army brought him in as the GM in waiting. I said to Armstrong, I said, "What about media?" He said, "Oh, he gets a couple of years till he has to do that." And I'm like, "See, I knew it. I knew it was part of the deal."
Yeah, no, he'll be good. I mean, it'll be great when some of these other guys retire. There's some good ones. I mean, obviously,
what about
you're going to see eventually of Vladimir Tarasenko in there. I think of David Backes, you know, has a good chance. It's like there's a great website called Quant Hockey, QUANT Hockey, quanthockey.com.
And that's where you can go look at franchise rankings for any team, NHL. It's a great resource, but, it'll surprise you. To me, the other one that probably now that Curtis Joseph's in, because he couldn't go in before Cujo, right? But, I think if the class next year includes an Alexander Steen and a Brian Elliott, you're off to a pretty good start.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Elliott's numbers for nearly 200 games played, it goes against him like 2.01 and a 930 save percentage. It was really just Brian Elliott's numbers. When you go back and look at it, you're going to go, holy cow. I don't remember them being quite that strong, but they were really outstanding.
Mm-hmm. I think he still holds the record for shutouts for the team, doesn't he?
Yeah, that he does. And, it's funny to talk to David Alexander about like that. Just the goalies that played for Ken Hitchcock and the system that Ken Hitchcock put in place and how favorable that was for goalies. Elliott and Jarl Halak won a Jennings Trophy. But I will say, listen, guys, I'll tell you this. I thought it was insane, still did, that it took until this past year for Pierre Turgeon to get into the Hockey Hall of Fame. Like, he was the only player that had 1,300 points that was not in the Hall of Fame. And yet we were putting the Sedin twins in ahead of them, right? It didn't make any sense to me. The Curtis Joseph one is the same thing. I know he didn't win a Vezina. I know he didn't win a Stanley Cup. That's a hell of an era that they had when you're playing with Brodeur and Waugh and Belfour and Hasek and those guys, right? But at the same time, when he retired, he was fourth all-time in wins. And if you get rid of the overtime wins of the Lundqvist, the Luongos, and the Marc-Andre Fleury's, he'd still be fifth all-time in wins. And when you look at the amount of shots he's faced, it ain't even close. So how Curtis Joseph isn't in the Hall of Fame in Toronto really blows my mind. He belongs there. So hopefully we help highlight some of that, because, my goodness, that guy actually belongs in Toronto.
I think in every sport, if you play for multiple teams, they just look at you a little differently, like a Turgeon, as opposed to the Sedins, a long run in one place. There's something about that just resonates differently. Here's one that surprised me. I was just looking at Blues all-time games played. Patrick Berglund is number 9.
Wow.
All-time.
Really?
Doesn't that blow your mind?
I guess when you think of the math, it adds up.
Okay, go back to the record that Jordan Bennington just set, right? With 151 wins was the franchise total for a goaltender, right? In terms of wins that he just broke recently. And so it was the lowest total of any team in the NHL, except for Seattle, Vegas, and Utah. So, when you actually look at the St. Louis Blues, because of maybe the different ownership groups, because of some of the financial issues with some of those groups over the years, it's still one of the only franchises in terms of the older franchises, right, that does not have a player that's played 1,000 games for him. Bernie Federko left, was traded before he hit 1,000 games with the St. Louis Blues. And so some of these other numbers, when you look at the Berglunds, the Oshis, the Backuses, the Steens, Colton Parayko just passed 700 games. Barrett Jackman's the all-time leader in games played for a defenseman with 803, 805. So, yeah, some of those numbers are lower for the St. Louis Blues than they are for some other teams, and it really is kind of surprising. Tells a little bit about the history of the team, to be honest with you.
Hey, Kerbs, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles. Doug, did you know that Chris Kerber's a big New York Giants fan?
I did not realize that.
Yeah, and that goes back to the football Cardinals and O.J. Anderson, correct?
Yeah, when the Cardinals traded Otis Anderson to the New York Giants, and then, they thought he was done. Of course, O.J. requested that trade. Then I started following the Giants, and Parcells makes him a 1,000-yard rusher again, a Super Bowl MVP. And then I started, of course, then you obviously got Lawrence Taylor and Pepper Martin and Mark Bavaro and Sims, and do you lose your job to injury with Jeff Hostetler, who wins another Super Bowl with him, that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I became a Giants fan there, and I didn't have an NFL team with the Cardinals leaving. So kind of stuck onto those guys at that point in time. But, yep, and then they just, I don't know, then they just do something stupid. You bring in a guy, you groom a guy, you draft him, you invest in him, and then you decide that he's no good, so you put him over to Philadelphia and let him become the MVP. That's smart.
Tough one.
That's smart.
Yeah, you'll be in a tough spot in a couple of weeks.
Listen, it really is amazing. Take this in the general sports thing, right? It's amazing how teams screw themselves up. Like, look at the Buffalo Sabres. You had Ryan O'Reilly and Jack Eichel. You had those two. You know, yeah, you made some trade. Why? Because, well, we're going to go into rebuild. We're going to do this. That is never the smart play. It's just like if you have talent, find guys to bring around and get yourself competitive right away. Like, it's amazing how teams, just franchises, manage to make stupid decisions that totally screw themselves up when you got players in your, like, I mean, the Cardinals have done this recently, obviously, right? With the amount of talent that they actually had, and they misevaluated their talent. That talent evaluation is just so important, but holy cow. Franchises that constantly lose, you can pretty much point to decisions like that as to why.
And now they will get a chance to see if Saquon Barkley can end the Chiefs' run here in 13 days in New Orleans. Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA. Blues, Canucks, Kerbs on the call tonight. Puck drop 6:30 at Enterprise Center. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, boys. Cheers.
Take it easy. It's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, good news. The football playoffs coming to a conclusion last Monday with the college football playoff and Ohio State defeating Notre Dame. One game left this season with the Chiefs and the Eagles. But Bill Connolly has who's going to be in the college football.
No, just stop. We don't know who's going to be there. We don't know who's going to be on what team
Bill
yet.
Connolly used to post on Tiger Board, and he has the information for ESPN.com. You're going to find out if Missouri is in.
Oh,
yeah.
We find out today?
Find out today.
Not going to play this season.
January 27th. Okay. January 27th. So that'll be fun to see. We've got that. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom trying to inch closer to history. Satellite trucks in the parking lot here in Creve Coeur, Missouri, as people are starting to buzz. People are starting to gather around. Because when I read the email, it's like Colin Firth in the King's Speech. They blast it out on these speakers.
Yeah. That movie's going, you're going back a ways.
People are walking into Il Balaga with a frown on their face.
2010 Best Picture.
2010.
Yeah.
Had some St. Louis roots, Colin.
That's right.
Hazelwood, maybe as a transfer student. Did you know
I think
that,
he was a
Jackie?
linebacker on the 1991 Hazelwood East.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, he had a year or two in Hazelwood. I'm 100%
How do
serious.
I own good or bad? How was I duped into investing into goodorbad.com?
There's not a lot of people from the United Kingdom who go to. Oh, he lived in St. Louis, Missouri.
I think his dad might have worked for.
Apologize to Morton. You insulted him.
I'm not apologizing to Martin. I'll apologize to Colin Firth.
I'm seeing Hazelwood Junior High. He spent 9 months here.
I think his dad might have worked for Monsanto or something along those lines.
9 months
He brokered some time on KFNS.
Well, it's a damn shame that movie won over Social Network.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Gosh.
This show, because of this show, I have Quant Hockey open as a tab. I have Kim Carnes open as a tab. I have Yoko Ono open as a tab. And then, of course, the Bills box score to determine how many yards Josh Allen threw for us.
Find out if
it's
you won
still
your
up
bet.
for grabs, apparly.
What are you mad about over there, Jackie?
There's so
Papers?
many good movies, and they gave it to the King's Speech.
We had a stutter.
Oh, my God.
What should have won? Social Network?
Social Network, you had Inception, The Fighter, True Grit, aforementioned. All these are better than
Again, you said aforementioned. That needs to stop.
In fairness, I think that Social Network Social Network didn't even get nominated for Best Picture.
What?
a
Call
shame.
them out.
What a shame.
Let them have it.
Really a shame. It's actually a shame.
You didn't like the King's Speech.
Not compared to Social Network.
I thought it was pretty good.
No.
Okay.
You gotta think it's just being pretty good doesn't mean you can win Best Picture. It's like Green Book. It's like good movie. It's Best Picture.
Green Book reference. Now I got to Google. Now I got to look up Green Book.
I don't know that.
Mahershala Ali,
Yep. Look it up.
who's a multiple-time winner himself.
And what's this year's winner is going to be transgender drug dealer.
It'll either be Amelia Perez or The Brutalist.
Doug, something to look forward to. It's coming up. Grammys this
Didn't
Sunday
see
night. Come on
either one of
over.
those
You and Mark
pictures.
Hanna can come over. Mark Hanna sponsor the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Vegas Golden Knights announced in a statement Sunday that defenseman Alex Bregman has withdrawn from the Four Nations face-off due to an undisclosed injury and to prepare for the rest of the NHL season. That just came in yesterday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, Mariah Carey?
We mentioned it earlier.
It's not exactly the Mills Brothers that I requested.
This song is an unbelievable banger.
No, right?
Oh, it always plays.
At the clubs?
I'm saying like plays, like you can play in any situation.
Stadia.
People are going to be like, this song rocks.
Really?
Yeah. Fantasy?
What are they sampling here, Doug?
I don't know. I can't understand the word.
I recognize it, but I can't convey it. Martin, what is Mariah on Fire sampling here?
Is it a little Dre or something? No, I don't know.
Chairman, what do we got?
That is, I think it's Tom Tom Club.
That's right.
Yes.
That Tom Tom Club.
What is it? No, what is that?
Genius of Love.
Genius of
Don't
Love.
confuse it with Love Genius.
What about Real Genius with Val Kilmer? Think about it.
Real Men of Genius.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Here's to you, Mr. Office Worker, who leaves his lunch in the fridge too long. And like, who comes up with this stuff?
Those commercials were like my childhood. Like listening to Cardinal games with my dad in the Chevy Blazer, driving around, and those commercials coming on.
Real Man of Genius.
Yeah, that's summer to me right there.
The Survivor singer was the guy.
That's right. We had him in studio. Remember that on the Morning Grind back in the day? They're really taunting Buffalo Bills fans on the Take Show. Get Up, Rex Ryan, Dan Orlovsky can't even look people in the eyes, and Ryan Clark has a brooch on of RC, and Doug has a problem with a gentleman wearing a brooch of his initials.
I just don't think you should wear your own brooch.
Maybe he likes RC Cola, and he's got a deal.
Could be it.
Official drink of the Rams.
They're showing Scott Norwood highlights of the wide right.
Yeah, let it go.
Too soon.
I did the at the Champ Bash yesterday at Hot Shots in Fenton. I was on with Jackson's love interest, Marshy Marsh, and the Playful Posse, and Anthony Stalter and Riz. And pregame, Riz looked up what Scott Norwood is doing these days. Anybody aware of this situation?
Can we have initials as to his occupation?
For the industry?
I'm trying to think.
Mm-hmm. For his occupation.
Like IS would be insurance
L.
sales.
He's a lumberjack.
No.
Laminating. He laminates.
He does not laminate.
He does line work.
No.
Is he a lawyer?
No.
A second letter, please.
A.
Is he a lawyer?
No.
A layman.
Landscaper.
He's a layman?
Yes.
Oh.
Were you listening?
I was listening to you give the L.A. part.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I didn't hear the Champ Bash.
The last guess Doug just gave us layman.
Scott Norwood, the Buffalo Bills, famous field goal wide right against the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
He now helps his buddy run a landscape company in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Called wide right? That'd be
Well, he
kinda
may
funny.
be doing all right. That's why I much prefer to see a game where somebody makes a play to win it instead of somebody makes a play to lose it.
I don't feel like the Kincaid play yesterday is carrying near the impact of the Andrews play.
No.
Agreed.
But I hate it when a guy goes down as a goat because a lot of times, they never shake it. Bill Buckner never shook that ground ball through his legs that cost the Red Sox the game. It's not fair. It's just not. I just don't like it.
Well, it's a
Donnie
great
Moore.
Curb episode, though.
Remember Donnie Moore killed himself,
Yeah.
the former Angels
Dave
pitcher?
Henderson, 1986 ALCS, Doug?
That's a great series.
Yeah.
What's your favorite, like, kind of random post-career career for an athlete? Some of those you're like, well, I didn't see. That's
random.
Yeah, it's kind of landscaper for Randy Johnson is like a photographer.
And so's Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, they're both like sideline. Yeah.
And in a weird way, neither one of them were good media guys, but now they're kind of in the media out there doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Stu Grimson one day. Former tough guy in the NHL, was kind of like a cement head, and now he's a lawyer. And he's like a GQ lawyer. He's on TSN all the time.
Jack Clark became a race car driver, drag race driver there for a while.
I thought he owned cars.
I think he did.
He owned a bunch of cars.
I think he drove one of those top fuel dragsters there for a while, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong.
Adam Wainwright, country music singer.
There you go.
Thanks, Dad says OJ was a murderer. There you go.
Yeah, but that
Give me
wasn't
initials, dog.
really an occupation.
Second letter. You.
Layman.
Former Buffalo Bill.
Guys, I heard the Chiefs are going to have their parade down Market Street in St. Louis this year because Kansas City is bored with winning. Doug, that comes from
Sniffing holes.
Sniffing holes, that's correct.
I was thinking about the other day when the Blues had their parade down Market Street and all those people were downtown, how great we felt about St. Louis. Remember that? Compare that to how we feel about it today. It's just pretty remarkable.
We are in the winter of our discontent.
Yeah.
Welcome. The temperatures are frigid.
Well, I hope it warms up soon.
So when the Blues win the Cup this summer, where should we have the parade?
I guess going to do it at the Plaza in Kansas City because they're huge Blues fans now.
Just all up and down Highway 70.
Ooh, not a bad idea.
From St. Louis to
Wentzville
Columbia.
territories.
Yeah,
The
through
entire
Columbia.
length?
Yeah, through Columbia to Kansas City.
Maybe Mahomes will just have it at his house.
That's a good idea.
That would work.
He's got a big house.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Probably
Hey, you little D-bag.
Yo. I assume he's talking to me.
Josh Gray, free throw form loving, woke little Ladue high grad. King's Speech was a great movie, not only because of Colin Firth, but because of the time period. That King had to rally a country that was getting its ass kicked by the Nazis. Incredible movie, incredible story, a pivotal moment in world history. What was not good was some story about some nerd freak who made a giant dating app called Facebook. Josh Gray on the free throw line is what Mizzou fans need. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
The text was all over the place.
Really let you have it.
I'm not saying King's Speech is a bad movie. It just wasn't deserving. And Social Network was like the combination. It was like an all-star game of David Fincher directing, Aaron Sorkin writing, Jesse Eisenberg and Garfield starring, and Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor doing the score. You
Justin
can't beat
Timberlake
that
was
combo.
in there, too. Wasn't Justin Timberlake in there?
He was.
Yeah. Not my favorite part of his.
Oh, God.
What? He talked about the
tried
star.
to join the happy conversation, and you just turned me right down.
That's like the one downside of that
He
movie to
rattled
me.
off the star power, and then he leaves off Justin Timberlake. And
Because I thought his part was a little... It was like Jesse Eisenberg is clearly such a better actor than him, and same with Garfield. But whatever.
Same with Garfield, Doug.
Andrew Garfield, of course.
Of course.
Don't just call them by their last name like you know them or something.
You're right.
Hey, guys, Colin Firth actually still lives in the area. I saw him up at the QT on Gravois and Loughborough the other day buying scratchers. That's from Big
Is that
Tough.
right?
How about that?
I'm going to give credit tomorrow. I had no idea Colin Firth spent any time in St. Louis. So you could have given me
Hazelwood.
No shot.
and Steven Spielberg's wife, Kate Capshaw, from Hazelwood.
Oh, is that right?
Fun facts for no and tell.
I think they met on the Indiana Jones set. And I think he was married. I don't know.
Guys, I can't wait for the Chiefs parade down Main Street, St. Charles, because all the Swifties wear their Etsy shirts and have Go Taylor's boyfriend stickers on their Jeeps. That's from the 636. Is that going on?
People have stickers that say Go Taylor's boyfriend.
On Jeeps on Main Street in St. Charles?
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to see that, I think.
Kate Capshaw, University of Missouri team.
Fight. Tiger. Beat. Bulldogs. Go Tigers. Beat Bulldogs. Go fight. Win. Tigers. King's Speech is mid, not unlike that latest wacko text. Any hoodles, who's cuter? Andy Garfield or Colin Firth? And who would be a better option at quarterback, Jesse Eisenberger or Timberlake? Thanks. That's from Brian Henson, who covers the Colts for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune.
Timberlake would be a better quarterback. Jesse Eisenberg, like 5 foot. He's too small.
Is that right?
Yeah, he doesn't have the power. And I think Garfield's a little, I don't know. He's someone you'd like to get to know.
I swear, Piddles, you can be such a pompous ass.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
the Grease effect.
It's impossible to talk about movies without sounding pretentious and pompous, so I just deal with it.
I think it's when you call the actors just by their last name or the directors by their last name.
Everyone would be on board with me if I just said their full names.
I think it would help.
Yeah, that would stop all of this.
Yeah.
Not literally me just opening my mouth.
Colin Firth describes his time in St. Louis, quote, as a difficult time, per Wikipedia. Sniffing holes sending that in.
That can confirm. He also lived in St. Louis when he was 11, which he has described as a, quote, difficult time.
Okay, this brings back the Terrell Davis Canton Hall of Fame speech. A bunch of us were there. I don't remember what year it was, excuse me. And he's up there talking about his whole life story. And he said, and my father, who is from St. Louis. So we all went, hey, all right. and was stabbed as a young man. We're like,
oh, no.
Find it. It's Chairman Terrell Davis, Canton Hall of Fame speech. Gives a shout out.
We just need a win somewhere.
Gives a shout out to his father from St. Louis. I'm like, who knew? Terrell Davis is dead. And he was stabbed as a young man. Like, now we got Colin Firth. He was only here 9 months.
Yeah, he said.
He seemed to hate it.
He said, I didn't like school. I just thought it was boring and mediocre, and nothing they taught me seemed to be of any interest at all.
Well, isn't that about half the 11-year-olds in the world?
I'm not going to take that as an L for St. Louis. That's just sort of a kid's comment on school in general.
I agree, Martin.
Kate Capshaw went to Hazelwood Senior High, which is now
Hazelwood 9 o'clock hour,
which is now Hazelwood Central High.
The people in Hazelwood know all about design, air, heating, and cooling.
There you go.
Good on you,
at least they should. Little North County gets a little colder up there, way up north. So that's why design, air, heating, and cooling
Templeton?
needs to be on their contact list. Seth Goldcamp for sure. He and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. That's when it started. They're on the 4th generation now of Goldcamp family members running this business. Longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. If you have any kind of issue with your furnace or with your air conditioning, design, air, heating, and cooling will get people out there. And I mean, they'll get them out there toot sweet to take care of. They've been to my house on several occasions to make sure that my furnace is running smoothly. And yes, sir, it is. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You're wondering what the website is? I'll give that now. DesignAirService.com.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023, says, thankfully I was not on the radio in my 20s, so there is no record of all the stupid crap I said and thought. Libby Jack, not so much. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, you try to be kind and just do the work, and sometimes it goes without thanks, but it's okay. I don't do it for the accolades or for the admiration.
What do you do it for? For the journalism.
I do it for you guys.
There were fireworks in my neighborhood in the Wentzville territories when the Chiefs won last night. The Venn diagram of St. Charles County Chiefs fans and people who drive pre-2005 Dodge Rams is one big circle. That's from Al in Dadeville. Doug, I don't follow the reference. What is that?
He's saying if you drive an old Dodge Ram, you're likely to live in Wentzville and be a rabid Chiefs fan.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Is it colder in Wentzville, Doug, than North County?
Well, yeah, because that's north. That's northwest of here. Yeah,
in the territories.
It does get chilly, kind of like Canada, northwest Canada. Wow.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 1045. Will history be made with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom? Send your emails in and try to compete with somebody who is going to try to make history this week by becoming the first lady to ever win the TMA Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month. Morning, guys. Finally figured out who Piddles reminds me of. It's Spencer Pratt. They could be brothers. Anyway, just throwing that out there. And also, go Chiefs. That's from Sharon in Sanibel/Clayton.
She's still down there in Sanibel?
Oh, she's got it all figured out.
It's been a couple months, hasn't it?
Does she have a monogramming business too?
Spencer Pratt. He's handsome. But I don't know much about him.
And he started a GoFundMe after his home burned down, and that was not well received by the general population.
Oh, he did?
He's a reality TV star.
Yeah. Was he married to that Heidi Montag?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
He won Snapchatter of the Year. Why would I?
That's a nice title.
What did I do?
Wants to be the Snapchatter.
Milagro brings you this Snapchatter of the Year.
And his house in Pacific Palisades burned down? Is that right?
Oh,
I believe so.
They named their second son Riker Pratt.
Okay. And now he's in. Okay. TV personality. I didn't know.
I don't know why I'd remind anybody. If it's just on looks, that's a W.
Oh, it looks a little.
If it's just on looks,
there you go.
big
How about
W.
that? That's a compliment from Sharon and Sanibel/Clayton.
But if it's about his Snapchat of the Year accolades, then I'm kind of I don't know about that.
This could be a reality TV star.
The saddest thing I heard about the Chiefs winning last night was that my father heard an onslaught of fireworks in Baldwin, of all places, after the Chiefs won. Didn't hear those fireworks when the Blues won the Cup. That's from Uncle Moose Knuckle.
So you're disappointed that the Blues didn't get the same treatment? Or maybe you should be honored that Blues fans have that decorum. They know better.
It could just be one guy who's a super fan. Maybe he moved here from Kansas City, setting off his fireworks. Have you ever had the urge to set off fireworks because your team won a game?
No. I'm scared of fire.
Flip that off.
Okay. Well, this is not really fire. It's fireworks.
It can start a fire.
I suppose it could.
Yeah.
Now they're mad at Alan Dadeville from the 636. Love how people who cannot afford the most expensive county in Missouri, which is St. Charles, try to lift up their loser lives by trying to make fun of St. Charles. That's directed at Alan Dadeville from the 636. Now Alan Dadeville and the 636 are at war.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Oh.
Joe was calling the Chiefs game.
He was. A rare appearance on CBS. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin, you have onboarding. I know today is a big onboarding day.
We're a little behind. I listened to you guys Friday
and so you
instead of getting my work done.
So Chairman Kurt will slide up onto the dais here, and we will have our 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin, have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited, and I can tell you this, it is very impressive. So much so that I had him come out to my house to start looking at some of the work that we can do on our outdoor living space. They do full-on custom decks. They add on pergolas, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. You can see it for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call 636-532-5008. They offer custom deck design, opening, closing, pergolas and roof, motorized shade and screens, and under deck ceilings. Really, their signature right there. 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Doug, you wanted Justin Timberlake. Well, here you go, I guess. Thought you wanted the Mills Brothers, though.
Oh, that's right.
Jackson hated him in social media.
Network.
Social network. I didn't hate him.
I just thought it was called social media.
It's called The Social Network is the name of the film.
Okay.
I just
thought
thought
you hated him nonetheless.
I thought he was the weakest part of it.
JT's the GOAT.
Okay.
Of boy band members?
Just in general.
Who's your favorite boy band member? Go.
JT.
Was Danny Pintaro in the boy band or was he in a TV show?
He's in the YouTube chat, number one. And number two, he was on Who's the Boss? The greatest, of course, being Ralph Tresvant of New Edition.
Got it.
Next question.
That's your GOAT?
I think it's everybody's GOAT.
What about Stan?
From 98 Degrees?
98 Degrees.
I thought he was from New Edition.
Nick Lachey, Drew Lachey, and Stan.
No last name needed?
No, he's like Madonna. Jackson, you've prepared so many wonderful questions for us. And in the 10 o'clock hour, before we get to our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, you've got this smorgasbord of options. What are you going to go with?
That's a great question right there, Tim. I was taking care of some stuff.
It's a rather routine question. What are you going to go with? That's the great question.
Why do you think children in particular gravitate towards stars like Patrick Mahomes as opposed to, say, Shohei Ohtani? Am I wrong in my assessment? Is baseball no longer cool? And if so, when was the last time it was cool?
Wow. I have to tell you, my question was great. Your question was almost as good.
Nice. That's high praise.
I think there's an easy answer. When Mahomes plays, the whole country sees it. When Ohtani plays, only the people out in the West Coast see him play.
But even like in the World Series.
But then you get him for a couple days. And Mahomes, he's the star of the show every Sunday. For how many weeks? 17, 18 weeks?
Yeah.
He's the headline attraction almost every Sunday all around the country.
But not everyone gets Chiefs games all around the country.
A lot of them do.
Yeah, they're on national way more often than not.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt. But so then you just think it's an access thing?
Probably.
Okay. So do you think baseball is still cool?
I do, because I love baseball, but football's obviously far more important on a nationwide basis.
Yeah.
And so you got the biggest star in the most popular game, and he's going to get more attention than any baseball player.
I think Doug summarized it quite succinctly, as much as I still love your question.
Thank you. But do you think any baseball player is cool enough to get kids the country over to be like, that's our guy? Like I assume, and I can only assume, Ken Griffey Jr. was in the 90s.
I get where you're coming from. I like the comparison because Griffey's approach to the game was somewhat similar, I guess, Doug, actually, but it was just for a summer, to the way Sosa approached the home run race in 98. And I think it was that smile and kid-like enthusiasm, hence the name, that got him a lot of the popularity, whereas McGuire, Pujols, Bonds, there wasn't necessarily that enjoyment. They were just out there owning souls. But, I feel like the Mahomes recognition and enthusiasm is much greater than take your pick of whomever. If we're talking nationally, locally certainly can be a different conversation. But that's the state of the game at this point. I don't know. I mean, if this were, say, 1970, and I don't know who was the best ball player in 1970, there might be an obvious answer with Hank Aaron.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, he was towards the end of his career.
And he
but
was the best football player.
Still the biggest star.
At that time.
Oh, someone on the Packers, probably.
I mean, Namath probably riding high. I don't know if he's the best player, but he had just come off that Super Bowl.
Probably the most popular.
Right.
Reggie White?
Reggie White was not playing in 1970.
When was Reggie White playing?
A little later than that.
When did he play?
The 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, silly me. Yeah, he was born in 61. That would have been tough to
Right.
play.
I mean, that would have made it a big story.
I would think.
Especially him breaking through the defensive line. Of course, Sean Astin was able to do that against Georgia Tech and got a sack and was carried off the field.
Just a little guy.
All right, call in. Who's better, Reggie White or Rudy? Give your take.
Maybe Scissor or someone should just date Ohtani to help. That's from Diddles the Piddles.
I don't know if Scissor
do you
would
think
do
if
it.
Scissor would date Ohtani, it would help?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
As a baseball player, you only get to bat once every 9 at-bats for your team. So once every 45 minutes or so, you're the You're the focus of the action as a quarterback. You got the ball in your hand on every play.
I just don't think baseball is like cool anymore. Like I think kids like pay it no mind.
Hey, Piddles, the youth travel baseball industry's booming. Parents spend thousands of dollars on bats, tournaments, and showcases. Kids think baseball's cool. That's from the 636.
Playing baseball, now watching baseball is a whole different animal. Sitting down for 2.5 hours and watching 9 innings of baseball is not the same as buying, an aluminum bat and travel team.
My theory is that the subconscious of younger people, and for that matter, me really enjoying TikTok, is programmed, makes it sound like it's done intentionally, which I don't believe is the case. But if your level of dopamine hits, which is what these algorithms are created to do, is programmed to get gratification quickly on an interval of 5 to 10 seconds, and you're used to scrolling through phones. Therefore, baseball's pattern of a rush of dopamine, certainly much greater than 5 to 10 seconds. Sometimes that can be as long as a pitch takes. That does not put itself in a good position with younger people. And I think that contributes to it.
Yeah, I totally agree. The attention span is shorter and shorter. And also, like, the highest high of baseball is probably a home run. That, to me, pales in comparison to a Hail Mary touchdown, a sick, dangly goal in hockey, posterizing dunk in basketball. It just doesn't have the same cachet, at least to people my age or younger, I think.
Well, I would say this. Some people like things, and some people don't like other things. You love the NBA, and a lot of people have no interest at all sitting for 2.5, 3 hours for an NBA
Yeah, some
game.
people, not a lot of people.
So hear that? You said a lot, and then he said some.
Oh,
How that work?
Right. Well, just,
You like guessing games, Doug. Can
Yes, I
you
do.
name the top 5 MLB jersey sales last year?
Wow. That's a wonderful little question there, Chairman.
Otani probably won.
That's
or
correct.
Judge.
Shohei Ohtani, number 1.
Okay, Judge, number 2.
Judge is number 3.
Oh, darn
Bill.
it.
All right.
Bill.
Did you say you want the top 5
delay tactic.
jerseys?
Red alert, delay tactic.
I'm trying to think who are the next most popular players. And Bryce Harper?
Bryce Harper is number 2.
Is he? Okay.
Wow, how about that? That kind of surprises me.
Boomer Kingsley.
Boomer Kingsley is number 7.
Probably not
7, but not
Acuna
top 5.
because he didn't play.
Acuna's 6.
Is he?
Wow.
To speed this up, Ohtani has a teammate in the top.
I was going to go with Betts and Soto.
Betts is 4, Soto 7.
I thought you just said somebody else was 7.
Acuna's 6.
Where's Boomer Kingsley?
Oh, yeah, I did say Kingsley was 7.
Bobby
you know what?
Witt
I'm
get
having
in
a rough
there?
segment
Did
here.
Witt get in there?
Who?
Bobby Witt
Witt.
Jr.
He's not on this list.
Oh.
It goes up to 20.
Is he our guy
Really?
now because he's in Kansas City?
Yeah,
Yes.
St. Louis's own.
Right.
A New York Met.
The polar bear.
No.
No.
Johan Santana?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Correct. Indy Chavez, actually.
Nice.
Really?
Carlos Delgado.
No.
Can we have initials, please?
Neil Allen.
Initials, please.
FL.
Frank Lewis.
Francisco Lindor.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Doug, Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast in the business. The attention span argument's mid-wittery. That's from the life coach.
What?
Okay. And he talks for like 3 hours at a time or so? 3 or 4 hours?
Well, the long form is certainly more in for the podcasting world, but doesn't mean it's necessarily in for the sporting world. I don't think that's an apt comparison whatsoever.
Okay. Well,
You
let
want
him
to fight
have
the
it.
life coach?
No, listen, watch Joe Rogan, do whatever you want. I get that. I agree with you that long form in terms of podcasting is much more popular, but in terms of like scrolling and seeing highlights, people want to see highlights that happen quick, Get to it.
Piddles, I agree with you. Baseball's fun to play as a kid, but most of these kids that do traveling teams and whatnot end up playing football at the end once they're grown. I think that's what's hurting baseball from you playing it once they're older is that you have to spend at least 3 or 4 years in the minors before you even get called up to the big leagues. Whereas in football, once you graduate from college and you're drafted, you go straight to the team. That's from the 980.
I'm not sure I buy that. I'm not sure there's a lot of baseball players who suddenly start playing football and now they're NFL prospects.
Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson.
I'm not saying there aren't some, but I don't think that's the common.
If you already said this, my apologies, but is there something to baseball being more regional, whereas kind of the NFL has that national or global reach.
At the moment, that's the case. It certainly was not the case at one point, but that is absolutely the case right now. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, the NBA was a fledgling product that was airing on tape delay in the late 70s. And then you had Bird and Magic, and then eventually Jordan, and away it goes. I've talked about this with hockey. I think hockey is such an incredible game. The players could not be more affable, which would allow for, if some stars were to transcend sports, and by transcend sports, I mean like there are now hundreds of millions of people who are aware of Travis Kelce who didn't know about him 2 years ago. So I'm not saying, Connor McDavid needs to start going out with SZA Doug, but I'm just saying that if it could get to a point where you have people paying attention to games like what you have going on with Mahomes and the Chiefs, that the personalities would lend itself to people falling in love with the personalities. I think if Magic Johnson was as stern-faced as Larry Bird, I don't think it works. I think in part, outside of the obvious one of race, but was the difference in personalities and then the difference in the cities and then the fact that both of them are winning. I mean, it was the perfect storm for the NBA. So baseball, I think, can go that route. I think the tough thing is, though, is in football, Mahomes is out there every time the Chiefs have the ball. In basketball, whether it be Bird, Magic, whoever you would want to pick now, they're out there all the time. In baseball, that superstardom, they might be in the field, but they're not up to bat all the time. I don't know. It certainly has changed in my theory, but again, it's not like a common one, and I could be completely off the mark, is that younger people are used to quicker hits of dopamine from social media, and baseball does not lend itself to it. I mean, before I was born, a decade or two before I was born, boxing and horse racing ruled the world.
Yeah, right.
So
yeah, things change. Seasons change.
Tennis, too, was big.
Yeah, seasons change, and that was Expose. Am I correct?
I don't know who it was.
I know this. You're going to be coaching the Billikens against VCU tomorrow night. Josh Schertz will be in.
Bring him
ready.
on. Yep.
Billikens versus VCU tomorrow night, 7 p.m. And it's mascot night, featuring Louie, Fredbird, and the Billiken. Tickets are starting at just $10 for the 200 level and $55 for the 100 level. If you're interested in taking a family on down and see the Billikens against VCU, visit slewbillikens.com. Both teams in the top four of the A-10 men's basketball standings. The Billikens are 10-1 at Chaffetz Arena this season, between Robbie Gibson and Swope, not Buck. They are the highest scoring trio in NCAA Division I basketball. Tickets starting at just $10, and they can be purchased at slewbillikens.com. Billikens,
rah, rah, rah. Billikens, shish, boom, ba.
I'll be there on Friday night.
Okay.
My 7-year-old son, is so excited to go to this game on Friday night. I'm so,
Really?
Yeah, I don't know where this came from, but he is so into basketball now. I'm thinking about having him work with the guy who beat Jason Tatum.
That's right. I'll teach him.
Really?
I'll teach him a little something called beef, Doug. I'm going to show you real quick. It's called base. You know about getting a wide base.
If you're watching on YouTube, what a treat this is
base,
for you.
Feet equal with shoulder length apart.
Nice.
Dominant hand, foot out a little bit. Right foot for me, out a little bit. Then you go into elbow. You got to lock in that elbow, Doug, right here. Create a 90-degree angle.
Shooting chamber.
Unbelievable.
Eyes. I like to keep my
It's
eyes.
like John Wooden's holograms in studio.
Back of the rim. I like to keep it on the back of the rim, preferably one of the brackets on the back of the rim. We're trying to focus in and then follow through. Hand in the cookie jar. Hand in the cookie jar. Hand in the cookie jar. That's how you shoot a jumper. Do that about 10,000 times, and you'll be ready to
So
rock.
he needs to do this 10,000 times?
Well, that's what they say.
I didn't see you
Perfection.
jump.
Well,
It's like an
it was a free
old-fashioned
throw. It was a free throw.
set shot.
Flat-footed set shot.
Oh, no, my
Rick
feet, my
Barry?
toes are coming up. I'm getting legs into
My
it. Don't
dad
you
used
worry.
to do that. He'd shoot with two hands and never jump and just hit one after the next after the next.
He'd be great at like one of those like Six Flags shooting challenges where they have a tiny rim.
Well, that's how they played in the 40s.
My nephew's 15, loved baseball, but wasn't allowed to play football until he was 12 because my sister's soft. He quit baseball immediately and hasn't looked back after turning 12. It's from the Crystal City Clam.
There's a whole lot of people that don't play football anymore that used to. The numbers for people playing football, I'm sure, are way down.
It was never that. That was never like something I knew I was never going to play it because that was not for me. But
Yeah.
I loved the sport, but I was like, what position would I play? I'm slow, skinny.
Slow and skinny is a bad trait for football.
Really
Unless you're
bad.
the kicker, I guess.
I can't kick.
For the dork-ass baseball dad who got hoodwinked into paying a S-ton of money by the coach of some fifth-rate travel team, some parents spend thousands of dollars on school, too. And no kids think school is cool. Getting scammed by a travel team is a classic St. Charles move.
I don't know. Leave St.
Enjoy
Charles
your
alone.
timeshare in Gulf Shores, dip-ass.
Oh,
Damn.
that's too violent.
The regional warfare that goes on.
608.
Time passages.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready.
The 608 is sending a message to Arbor Day.
Wow. Take that.
That there will not be a coronation at the year-end awards for Arbor Day. It's going to be a battle. Send your emails in. See if you can stop the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom from winning the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, this should make you happy.
Gosh, this is good. You cannot listen to this and not tap your foot. Muted trumpets. Yes, sir.
How do you do? This is the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Moms theme music.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I don't know what's going on in the YouTube chat, but Don Peepy's talking about moving to the Philippines. Says he's going to sell his S and get the hell out of here. I'll be a millionaire over there. I'm sorry for being so grumpy today. I'm usually the one to bring everyone up.
Oh. Well, why would you pick
someone
the
else take over today? That's what Don Peepy said. I don't like to hear that. He's the Don.
I know. They have a fast food place called Jollibee
in the Philippines?
Yeah, well, it's popular here in America.
Yola.
And it's fried chicken and spaghetti. And that sounds kind of fun, doesn't it?
We should open up one of those places, Doug.
What was the Southeast Asian country where we had quite a few downloads in?
Laos? I don't know.
Singapore?
Cambodia?
No, that's a city-state. It might be Singapore, though, because they're a big...
military?
Yeah, right.
Well, as long as Don Peepy keeps listening down there, we could spread our reach to the Philippines.
We are available, I think, on almost every country. I'd have to think. I don't know.
I mean, why wouldn't we?
Some servers on the internet.
North Korea might keep us out?
I think we're not doing big numbers there. Not saying we're not doing any numbers, just not big numbers.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up in about 15 minutes as the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has a 4-3 lead over Buck Swope. But anybody can still win this thing, and that's what makes it so much fun here, Doug. And it is fun. You're right.
Good times.
You are exactly right. Blues tonight. Chris Kerber was with us in the 9 o'clock hour. If you missed it, go back and podcast. That podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team at the Schaefer Door Company. And Gabe DeArmond with us as well, talking Missouri, the win over Ole Miss, and his Chiefs advancing to yet another Super Bowl, trying to become the first team to ever win 3 straight Super Bowls. I like the dynasty thing, and it turns out Bill Simmons said the same thing on his podcast following the game. Here's what Bill Simmons had to say on the radio.
I really like true greatness. I really appreciate this Chiefs team. Every once in a while in sports, you have this measuring stick, not just for the sport, but for all the sports, right? Like, I hated the Yankees in the late 80s, late 90s. I hated that team, but I respected the out of them. When Arizona beat them in 2001, and it was like, this is momentous. The Pats were able to get that in the mid-2010s, and Philly beat them with Foles and Peterson. It was like, this feels momentous. You need teams every once in a while that are truly great, and then you see how everyone measures up, and they did it again. I don't know when this stops.
I share his opinion on that. I like it. It draws me to be more intrigued to watch the games. It's I suppose Scott Van Pelt actually last night said the Bills kind of remind me of a great PGA player in the early 2000s, because you might have been one of the best teams, but because you were playing at the same time as Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, you're going to be forgotten.
Yeah.
And that's what it was like for a number of golfers during the Tiger Woods peak. Similar thing, I think you can make a case for a number of baseball teams. The Atlanta Braves were outstanding in the 1990s, but when you talk team of the 90s, you're going to talk about the Yankees for the second half of the decade. The Patriots and the Chiefs have essentially owned the NFL for the first 25 years of this century, which is really amazing in a league with the salary cap. And I'll take that over baseball's false sense of competitive balance based on a ham and egg postseason. F off! F off!
Oh, and if you're the Bills, you're all the more frustrated knowing that a lot of it may have come down to one play. If they give them that first down on the fourth down quarterback sneak, they might go right down and score and win. And, oh, look, we slayed the dragon. Instead, just another year with a frustrating loss. Yeah. And you're considered not as good.
The thing is, in that conference, I feel more so than the NFC at this moment, but maybe that's not fair, because if the Lions were healthy, is it a different situation for them this year? And is that, becoming a force in the NFC? But I feel like the AFC also has, you have Allen and the Bills, you have Jackson and the Ravens. God only knows what would have happened if the Bengals would have gotten in this year with Burrow and the Bengals.
Right.
I realize they have some off-season decisions to make in Cincinnati. But with that all said, I feel like they're not only winning the AFC, they're winning it at a time of greatness. They're not winning the conference at a time where it's the Chiefs and everybody else.
Right, or just the Chiefs and Bills. Like there is plenty of worthy opponents for
the
them.
Bills were underdogs at home last week.
Yeah,
you know?
The Bengals are pretty good. Didn't even get in the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. Had they gotten in, that would have been.
Yeah, it would have been Bills Bengals that first week. That would have been awesome.
Cats and dogs.
Bengals.
Yeah.
No one says it like that. Like you guys, this has been this thing.
Here we go.
No, I listen all the time. No one says Bengals like that.
Everyone says Bengals.
No, they don't. They say Bengals.
They don't say
This
Bengals.
Susanna Hoffs.
People more so than anything come up to me. Well, first they don't really say much about the show when they say come up. They just say they love the show. But when they do, they're like, I hear your thing. I kind of say Bengals too. Like I've noticed that I kind of say that too. And no one I hear says Bengals.
Are these wisecracking Ladue elitists?
No.
Yeah.
These are the common folk.
What is this? Is
that
it Bush's
say
Grove?
Bengals.
Yeah.
I don't ever hear anyone say Bengals except you, and that's why it stands out every time you say it that way.
Well, it's the value of perspective. We have different perspectives on these things. I just never hear Bengals like that. Even though I know but it's a Bengal tiger.
It's a Bengal tiger.
Okay. Well, it's an E, not an I. You're saying it like it's Microsoft's Bing. I'm saying it like a man, baby.
You're saying
Bengals.
like it's an A. Bengals.
All right. Well, I'm trying to say it like an E, and I think you are too. Let's find common ground.
Okay. Everyone says Bengals. Only idiots say Bengals. That's from the 314.
You said it the exact same way there. How am I supposed to discern that? That sounded the exact same to me. Maybe it's my hearing.
Hey, guys, Jackson's right about pronouncing it Bengals. You're wrong, Doug.
No.
That's some big Tuft.
Shout out Tuft.
Okay.
Tuft. Join the team. Me and Martin.
Josh Allen is Karl Malone, and the Bills are the 90s Jazz. That's from the 314.
It's interesting.
Doug, you see it as the 90s?
Okay. I don't know if Josh Allen would be fired up to be compared to Karl Malone, but
the observation that Simmons makes there on the Diamondbacks of 2001, on the Eagles 2018, if I'm not mistaken, Nick Foles, Philly special, and what was the other one that he cited? Team that ended in a run.
the Diamondbacks over the Yankees.
Yeah, I already said that one. I thought there was a third one, but either way. Do with it whatever you want. It's not like the Diamondbacks went on a run. Cardinals actually swept them in the NLDS the following year, and they still had Schilling and Johnson. It's not like the Eagles went on a run. I mean, it's been a while since that team. They were there 2 years ago, different cast for the most part, but it's not like they went on a run. The one guy to get Tiger Woods, granted it was 2009, so it wasn't peak Tiger. Doug, do you know? The one time Tiger Woods had a lead going into a Sunday at a major and did not win.
Initials, please.
KJ. That's the first name.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones. KJ Choi.
Kevin James.
Kevin James.
Okay. I didn't know he was that good.
What was the name of that show? Brooklyn
King of Queens. King of Queens.
That's
yeah.
right.
He also played Sean Payton in some movies.
Yeah, he did.
Weird.
Point being, these wind up being more Buster Douglases than they wind up being, take your pick of whomever that would go on a run after they, Mahomes and Brady did go heads up, but Brady got him, and got him in the AFC Championship and then got him in Tampa as well. So there was never really the passing the torch. And then when you talk about those dynasties getting clipped, those weren't by teams that then went on to take off. Saquon Barkley is for a running back on the older side of things. And with a running back, you feel like they're one play away from their career being over. Whereas a quarterback, you can build around it. I don't think people would necessarily say Jalen Hurts is a quarterback. You can go, okay, this guy's going to be doing this 5 years from now. At the same time, one of my theories going into the game yesterday was the Commanders would try to sell out because they have a really bad run defense. And then that would open up the passing lane for one of A.J. Brown, who wound up being the guy, or Devontae Smith, and he had a fine game, but it wasn't a huge game. And then Dallas Goedert also had a good game for the Eagles because the Commanders would have to sell out to try to stop Barkley. And Hurts wound up having a huge game, both on the ground and pretty damn good through the air as well. All right, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is going to be coming up here on the other side of our commercial break, and this self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom can make herself one step closer to history, and this is fun to have the attention on this. I know KSTK, KPLR, and KTVI are going to be simulcasting this. Why? You guys aren't doing it, I don't know.
No, because they're not interested. But otherwise, it is history in the making.
It could very well be. So that is coming up here in a matter of moments. Attention, business owners. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF's Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it does not stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Do not wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today coming up next here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Croup, and this is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action. Coming up today, we got the pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30 against the Vancouver Canucks right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, I'd like a moment.
What sort of moment? Is this emotional for you? It really is. You're going to read a script?
Earlier on today's The Morning After broadcast here on WXOX HD1, I said that KJ Choi won the 2009 PGA Championship. I was wrong.
What?
What's that?
That's from the Gaslight Girl Boss Gatekeep clip.
Okay, interesting.
It, of course, was Y.E. Yang. I'm going to take some time and reflect on this for myself and my family. Sure, you might think I'm a pervert, but I'm really just a family man who loves schools and neighborhoods and communities. And I misspoke, and I ask for your forgiveness. Don't judge me on this moment, but rather on the 21 years of being an arrogant ass. Thank you.
Are you going to apologize at all?
It's really brave.
Thank you.
Okay.
I stand with you.
Oh, you stand with me. That's dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for history. Can the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom win another Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, or will Buck Swope tie it up, or maybe Gabe from the Cube Farm who leads us off? Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ever since Taylor Swift and her massive following / revenue stream and Travis Kelce have been dating, the Chiefs are an NFL record 17-0 in one-possession games, including 12-0 this year. That's a fact!
No.
The Chiefs are also going for an NFL record third straight Super Bowl. That's also a fact! During last night's game, the Chiefs once again got the benefit of a call. That is also a fact.
Okay.
The fact that the Bills have lost doesn't bother as much because they got beat on the playing field. They are now getting beat by the suits in the NFL. I've been a Bills fan for 50 years, and this is the most down I felt about the team because the games are out of their control. That's Gabe from the Cube Farm, and he is putting it on a scam. Wow. Scams and flams, brother.
Gabe from the Cube Farm.
Guys, Plops here. You were talking about the show Mama's Family earlier. Doug, you remember Mama's Family?
Yeah.
That's Skeeter, right?
I believe that's
the attractive
right.
woman. She wore pigtails, and her name was Skeeter.
Oh, okay.
And I have to agree with what Doug said 100%. The reason so many of us men watched this show so religiously was because we wanted to sleep with Vinton Harper, played by the wonderful Ken Berry.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he a running back from Priory who played at Notre Dame?
No,
he looks like he lived a hard life.
He was also Ken Berry. No, he was a big star there. He was in some of the gold
Look it up. He played for Notre Dame.
Is it Andy Griffith?
Yeah, he looks like he'd have chest hair made of barbed wire.
Oh, my.
Cut that off. Tim, you and your boy can say whatever you want about Bubba. I don't even care. Vinton was a snack. Doug, what are we going to do with these bozos? Stand up for Ken Berry for once in your life, you coward.
Yeah.
Thanks, glad to be here. That's from Misty Plops.
He was the lead in F Troop.
Oh,
Ken
yeah.
Berry, he was the star of F Troop, my friends.
And he was he not married to Skeeter? I'm pretty sure he was married to Skeeter.
Like in real life?
Got to do some show prep, guys. We got to start
Jackie
doing
Joseph?
I had the F Troop for you.
Morning, boys. I don't often agree socially, politically, or cinematically with our resident self-proclaimed lockdown corner, but in this case, Comrade Jackson's opinion is underappreciated.
Oh, yeah.
St. Louis Chiefs fans are despicable. Don't get me wrong. If you were a Chiefs fan prior to the Rams being stolen from us, bless your heart. Yep. But if you jumped on the bandwagon with those cash-grabbing border bandits in 2016, drink bleach!
Oh.
The amount of unbridled joy I witnessed last evening from people wearing Schnucks exclusive Chiefs gear that was so new, it still had the tags on it, made me want to punt my daughter's pet rabbit?
Oh, that's not nice.
And speaking of the friendliest stores in town, what the hell are they doing kowtowing to Clark Hunt's evil plot to take over the state? If anyone is interested, I'll be hosting a Pro Eagles Super Bowl party at Club Imperial, where the meth flows like water and the 6 dancers have 11 total legs. Yours in discontent. That's from the D-Gen from Jefferson County.
D-Gen, Jefferson County.
They used to do spaghetti wrestling there. Yeah.
Is that how the girl lost her leg?
I don't know, but the ladies would walk around soliciting quarters so that they could play their own music on the jukebox.
Cool, Doug. It's old money, isn't it?
And you went there a time or two.
There a couple times.
Hey,
2,
guys,
3.
I hate to see St. Louis divided. The inner 270 belt taking shots at the outer belt. Maybe deserved, as all our calls are from that area, or geriatric blind men whose wife collects his firewood, or Hoosiers off barges who may or may not be half lit on American honey and laughing at their own jokes. Anyways, does Doug have a Prince Albert? That's from Bozo McGee. Doug, you taking questions?
No. Bozo McGee. I believe he's new.
Do you guys ever look at a man and think that bloke looks so dowdy?
Yes. No, I never have, really.
That's how I feel with my future ex-husband, who's hung like an Audi belly button. He dresses like he's trying to sell a 2002 Ford Windstar to a family in bad credit card debt. Make a trip to Mr. Guy and posh it up a bit, you overweight cuckold. Sorry, these conferences with Andy Elliott are putting me over the edge. If someone kidnapped your family and you had to sell 30 charcuterie boards to get them back, could you do it? Back against the wall. I told him no. I couldn't give 30 of these things away for free if I tried. So he sent me on my way via the train. I had never been on a train. That sucked. Luckily, I met some Northwestern grad student who pinned my ears back in the quiet car and gave my leather Cheerio a power washing.
Oh,
wow. It's nice to see my colleagues. Any hoodles, you guys like truffles or 801 local more?
Doug?
What's a leather Cheerio?
Let's have a great week. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Missouri Chiefs advanced to the Super Bowl again thanks to some favorable spots from the Zebras and the opposing Buffalo Bills eschewing their extra points. Libby Jack picked the Bills but conveniently omitted that fact as he pumped his own tires after winning something between 50 cents and $399 betting on the Eagles 2 weeks out from spring training. The Cardinals are poised to hook up with the Mariners on the Arenado trade like a randy gentleman looking to go home with any port in the storm at last call. But I think the lead is that Ray King is reporting that he shared a long kiss with Doug after a huff and puff hockey game. Doug admits seeing Ray King there but denies that they shared a kiss. Meanwhile, a realtor texting in is the name of a long defunct Six Flags ride. Is reporting he first French kissed Doug on the It's a Small World ride at Disney World. Ours is the type of presentation where a drunken barge worker who he initially thought was purporting to be Libby Jack's father, but sounds more like Big Al's cousin, feels free to drop in at any time and regale us with a hilarious tale about a dock worker who fell overboard into the Mississippi River last night. Okay, gotta go now. I'm going to catch a Monday matinee presentation of Buffalo 66. It's about a gambling D-Gen who blew 10 large betting on the Bills to win Super Bowl 25 and now, years later, is plotting to murder the losing kicker. The movie renamed Scott Norwood to Scott Wood, and instead of running a landscaping company, he owns a strip club. Doug, beat me outside Kenrick 8 Sine at 12:01 and we can sit together. That's from Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wrote eloquently about a leather Cheerio, and I don't know what that is, so I can't vote for him. I'm going to go Buck Swope.
I don't think Vinton Harper gets enough credit, so I'm going Misty Plops.
I'm also on Plops.
Plops is won!
Congratulations.
And Plops is coming, tra-la, tra-la. Plops is coming, tra-la, tra-la. And all of a sudden, we might have a three-way race down the stretch as the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom hears footsteps coming from Lindbergh in South County. Misty Plops is making a surge.
Second win for Misty Plops.
Yeah.
He gave you his address on Lindbergh in South County?
Yeah, I think Fantasy Coach works.
That's right. Oh, that's right. Okay.
BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.